folks, welcome to Formal Ferret Plays. We are going to play Weird Stories this week, and thank you for joining me on a rare Wednesday stream. Usually I stream on Thursdays, but we have some special perks of streaming on Wednesday. So without any further ado, let's go to our guests. First off, we have Elle. Hi, Elle.
Hello, everybody.
Can you tell us about yourself super quick?
So I am the community director for Oxeye Media, which includes Deepwater Games.
Hooray!
So as far as people that enjoy tabletop goes, that's what they would probably know us best by over at Deepwater.
Awesome. And Anne, we have Anne, and I've been trying to get Anne on this show for so long, and I'm so glad I finally have you here. Tell us about yourself, Anne.
I'm just, it's an honor to be nominated. My name is Anne Richmond, aka Hearthsinger of Hearthsinger Games, the head bard in charge around those parts. I stream a lot of tabletop RPGs and RPG video games as well. I spend my days painting miniatures, telling stories, and having opinions about Dungeons and Dragons on the internet. That's pretty much my whole shtick. So if any of that sounds interesting, come on down to the me store and shop, I guess.
The Anne store will take two of you and put them in a shopping cart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both of these lovely people have amazing Twitch presences. You should subscribe to their channels and watch them. They're just amazing. All right, so we're going to start, as we always do, with check-in cards. So let's head over to our check-in cards window over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this to sort of communicate how we're feeling. And this is a thing that I've been doing at the start of all of my streams. I feel like it just really helps everybody connect in terms of headspace. So you have 4 cards in your hand. The top of each card shows an energy level. Oh, thank you for the follow, Toad King. The top shows the energy level that you're feeling. So what I'd like you to do is to play a card that indicates what your current energy level is right now as a person. And you can play a card by selecting it and hitting the space bar to flip it over, and then you just drag it into the main window. So...
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'm...
Whammo.
Yes, just like that.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay.
You got this.
Oh, no. Okay, I made it the top one.
It's
now
fine. And just drag it out of your hand and onto the table.
I did it.
Awesome.
I'm a part
of
this now.
That's fine. And now we'll flip our cards to show that what our energy levels is.
Okay.
So you can you have to select the card and then hit spacebar. It's a little different from Tabletop Simulator where you just have to mouse over.
Oh my God!
Right.
Samesies, everybody!
Yeah,
Yay! We're
yeah.
feeling pretty good.
Yeah, we're not terribly drained. Like this afternoon, I was like this, and I needed a nap, But now I've got my
100%.
ferret nap. I am all ready to go. Okay, so you can take that card and pop it back into your hand. And now what we're going to do is we're going to play according to the number on the other side of the card, on the bottom of the card. And you can hit the R key to rotate the card if you want. But the number indicates how intense you want the game to be. And for a game like Weird Stories, it's going to be like 1 is a really light and fluffy game that doesn't really stick with you. Very silly, almost like a Looney Tunes cartoon, Whereas a 4 will hit you really deeply and stick with you for a while, like a really emotionally resonant game. So pick a number of how intense you want to play, and again, flip it face down and put it in front of you.
Okay.
The face down thing isn't that important. It's not like
This
we're
is
like...
snazzy.
Anyone who's here, if there's anyone from my channel, they're gonna laugh really hard. But that's the way to be. All right, I did it.
Brandbeard, thank you so much for the follow.
Literally no one.
All right, so now we'll flip. I've got a 3, and then Elle has a 3, and Anne has a 4. Yep, I knew you were hardcore, Anne. So this is good.
But I can easily dial it back to a 3, a 2, or a 1,
Yeah.
as befits the needs of my table.
And obviously, we'll all have slightly different definitions of what a 2 and a 3 is, but this starts the conversation. Yeah. It all, we want something fairly intense tonight. We don't want, and, if it gets, incredibly intense, I think we might be open to that, but I know Anna's fine with it. I'm okay dialing up to a 4 if necessary.
I'm
now-
okay dialing up to a 4 as well.
Perfect. Okay.
If I cry on stream, I cry on stream.
All right, so that is
The way I would say that is, I cry on stream. I've been known to say, if it's not PTSD&D, was I even playing?
Oh.
It's a little savage, but no.
All right, cool. So that's check-in cards, and it's kind of a way to show everybody how you're feeling. A nice way to share
That's
that.
great. I love that.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
so
you.
cool.
A little
That is-
game out of building communication skills.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I'm like living for this art, and I kind of want to be a sleepy ferret boy.
Adorable.
The art is from Rachel Kramer, who does the webcomic Semi-Co-op. She did
Cool.
such a great job with it.
Okay.
She was amazing. Yeah, I asked her, hey, do you want to do this this project with cool art, like with sleeping ferrets and like chickens wearing chainmail? And she said, you don't even have to ask me, I'm in. So
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
So she was all over. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Weird Stories.
Okay.
So Weird Stories is my role-playing game, storytelling game where something weird is going to happen tonight. But we're not going to explain exactly why it happens. We're just going to kind of explore how it affects the characters. So the inspirations for this game are like David Lynch, Murakami stories, Hiroko Murakami, Jeff Vandermeer. Elle, I know you saw the new Charlie Kaufman film. I'm thinking of Ending Things. It's definitely in line with that also. Like weird, unexplained. It could be horror. It could be allegorical. It could be dreamlike. It's up to us exactly what direction to take it. But that's like the general idea behind it. And that's like what Weird Stories is all about. And that's why I wanted like the two of you on, because you are going to rock it tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're the weirdest people you know. And
might be a
proud
little
to be
up there.
so. Yeah.
But I don't doubt that Gil knows a lot of weird people.
Yeah, it's
we
just
are
part of it.
gamers, right?
Yes, we certainly are. All right, cool. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to determine a setting, like where we're going to play the game. And the thing about the setting is, for Weird Stories, is that it's not great to have like a transhumanist setting or a futuristic setting. Like the more grounded the setting, the better it is, because then the weird will pop better. Like if everything is weird, then nothing is weird.
Right.
Whereas you want that contrast. So in the past, we've had as really good settings. We've had like the classic Weird Story setting is like a faded Midwestern industrial town. Like that's the in modern day, that's the classic. That's one of the best settings, or one of the easiest settings to do, I should say. 50s suburbia is also really good. I've done Disneyland. I've done a movie set. I've done Victorian England. Those are all really, really good. But anything you can think of that's somewhat grounded that we can all sort of participate in, it would be an excellent setting. So what are you thinking? What were you thinking?
I feel like it could be fun to do like a rural mountain town type in quarantine, and actually to do with our current life and times, where you don't feel quarantine as much because you're already kind of isolated, and yet you don't want to leave where you are, but maybe the mystery was here all along.
So
I am super here for this as somebody who has watched Hellier season 1 and 2 approximately 18 times in the last week
You
alone.
have a wrist counter? You have a wrist counter? Amazing. You're like approximately this time PM many times.
Because like Hellier is all about like the mine shafts of like Kentucky and like rural Georgia and Kentucky and Louisiana and Ohio and everything. So I'm like super here for this proposed setting.
Okay, so rural mountain town, modern day.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. All right, so So let's move to what I usually do is I usually have a Lines and Veils document, and I always forget to set up the Lines and Veils document until like just now. So why don't I go ahead and do that? Oh, I hit the wrong button here, and I'll go ahead and send that over to you.
Sure.
And then we can all do that. And folks at home, you're not going to be seeing this. Because we're just going to share this between us. But the idea of Lines and Veils, it's a safety tool where you're all going to write what you don't want, like what are the boundaries of the story that you want to tell. Like a line is, I'm going to put something in and it's not going to happen in the story at all. Whereas a veil is, it can happen, but we're always going to keep it off screen. So I sent it to you via the chat if you want to pop that in. I'm going to go ahead and put one in right now at the top, okay? And this is a good way, like Lines and Veils are a great way to establish boundaries before the game starts so that we know, like, if somebody's just not feeling something right now, you just put it in right now and you know that the players aren't going to touch it. So, it's a very, very useful tool. And if you can't think of anything, that's totally fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, you wrote down the exact line that I was planning on writing in.
Okay,
so.
great. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. It just means we're already on the same page. And that is always like good positive reinforcement. Yeah.
And it's not like part of the game per se, where it's like, this is the only time you can enter it. You know, there's no tactic. You can add to this list anytime you want during the game. It's really more about our safety. Because you never know when
the mood will change.
Yeah,
either.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that's something that I think people don't talk about enough is the fact that like every RPG, whether you're playing a one shot or a lighter RPG, it's a continuing conversation. I mean, these things are about communication, and you're allowed to not know what triggers you until it happens. Yeah. But it's also your job to communicate with each other about it when it does, because nobody who's worth playing with wants to hurt you, actually.
Yep.
Like nobody wants that. But it's really easy, I think, for me when I've started to realize that something is more intense than I want it to be or something like that. I have a way of telling myself, well, I got myself into this mess, so it's my fault, and then
and you would never tell that to one of your players.
Yeah.
Except I would never tell that to them. But when I'm in the moment, I'm like, I have to suffer because I caused this. But I just hope, if you're that person out there, you're not the only one. But just remember, no one wants to hurt you. No one wants to be the thing.
Yep, and it's just a matter of like communicating where those lines are. I think that's super duper important. Okay, so we've got our Lines and Veils down, and on our setup sheet over here, we actually have like our little list over here. Oh, I forgot to tell you a really useful screen top. We're using a program called Screen Top to handle these cards, so that's one of the two screens you're seeing. If you select a card and hit either Option or Alt, depending on if you have a Mac or a PC, you get a nice close-up of the card, so that'll let you easily read stuff. So select a card, hit Alt or Option, and you get a nice close-up. So we've decided on our setting, we've established Lines and Veils. Now we're going to agree on story elements. So these aren't, they're like Lines and Veils in that they affect the story, but they're not like Lines and Veils in that they're negotiable. So this is more about stuff that affects the actual story. Like, for example, some players I play with don't like cell phones in the game because they feel it's a cheap storytelling device. That would be under story elements. Also under story elements, like how do you want the game to feel? Do we want this to be a horror game? Do we want it to be a gore fest? Or do you want it to be more like creepy and weird? Do you want it to be more surreal? Do we want it to be more dreamlike? Like, what are the elements that we want in the game, in the story? So how are you folks feeling?
So I always, this isn't a requirement, but I definitely prefer the kind of horror and spooky that's like a little more under your skin or paranormal versus just like the straight gore element.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Especially with the setting that we've described where there's so much nature involved in everything.
Yeah.
Like, you can go gore that route or you can go more subtle.
my leanings are always. Have you seen the movie Annihilation with Natalie Portman?
I have not.
I
Okay,
have not
so
seen
first
the
of all-
movie, but I've
first
read
of
the
all-
books.
Yes.
Yes.
To that. I've watched it so many times, and I wish I could stop. I wish I could quit you, but I can't. And that is exactly what you're talking about. And I think they do such a cool. My reason for saying like dreamlike horror or celestial horror is because I find it to be a really untapped realm.
Okay.
You know,
It also has like a lot of gray spaces. Like Celestial can so easily also move into like cosmic horror or which then lends itself to either like big bad dark or like UFOs and aliens. You just have so much working space.
There's so much room you can play with.
It's bad Wonderland. Bad Wonderland. Bad trip Wonderland.
All right, cool. So we've got the setting and the story elements down. I'm just gonna republish this so that that we get it on the stream. You know, Google's slides used to be a lot more useful. Used to auto republish, and now it doesn't anymore. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, and now I can just hit play. Sweet. Okay, so Celestial Horror. I have that down now. Dreamlike / Celestial Horror, Under Your Skin. I think those are all like really good story elements, and that gives us a nice direction of where we want to go. Any other thoughts on what direction we want to take it?
I kind of like that as a foundation.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so
I don't want to know anymore.
So so now what we're going to do is we're going to create the weird. And the weird is going to be the conduit through which all the weird stuff is going to happen during the game. Now, it's important that the weird is going to present as a person, an object, or a location. So it's got to be something that the characters are going to be able to interact with. It can't be like an event. It can't be an abstract thought. It has to be something really tangible, you know, and that way that'll guarantee that the players can really mix it up with the weird. So some examples of the weird, like the wizened old tree, the mysterious well-dressed stranger, with the accent you can't quite place, the mysterious package that keeps on showing up in front of your door no matter how many times you swear you've thrown it out. Those are all like the weird. There's always something off about the weird. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up with our ideas for the weird, and then one at a time we'll pitch them. Yeah, we'll go L, N, and then we'll go N and then L and then me. We'll go right to left.
Oh God.
So just take a second and think about what your potential weird could be, and then we'll pitch our weird and vote for our favorites. Okay? I'm trying to think about what my weird could be. Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I've got my weird.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not the same as somebody else's.
Yeah.
Okay?
Cool.
All right, you got yours in?
I weirdly I do.
Awesome. Very nice.
Okay, cool. So I'm going first?
Yes.
All right. Imagine in your mind's eye, through the twisting mountain passes, a large lake. It's always been there near the house, lots of hiking trails, runners, but in this strange corona-driven silence, less and less people, and suddenly when we are able to, as our characters finally come into contact with it again, it is strangely glassy smooth.
Ooh, okay.
And every place where you thought you could see through the surface of the water is just inky black.
Ooh, okay. That's really, really good.
And terrible.
But terrible in the best way.
I want every part of it. Yeah.
All right, Elle, what is your weird?
So for me, the local high school football field. So right now, throughout Corona and COVID and everything, touch sports and big social gatherings and everything, these don't really exist anymore. So why is it that every single Friday night there seems to be noise coming from the football field?
Ooh, I love
The
that.
closer you get, the quieter it gets. And by the time you're near the field, the noise is gone.
Oh, that's excellent. Oh, okay. Well, mine, I feel like, is very pallid in comparison. I was just thinking an abandoned mine shaft that if you listen closely, you might hear voices coming from it, but they're just so hard to make out.
Wait, I kind of love that too. Wait, let's. The mine shaft is at the bottom of the lake, and then somehow, once you go through the mine shaft, you get to the field. It's perfect.
Here's the
it's
best.
portals.
Here's the best part. We're gonna vote for a favorite, and we can't vote for ourselves. But if whatever the two that we don't vote for, they're still kind of on the table, and you're free to bring them into the story. So just because, like, we have two that will not get the vote, but they're still totally available to be brought in. So here's how we're gonna do it. If either of you think mine is good, is good enough, you're gonna vote with a 1. If you like L's, you can vote for 2, and remember you can't vote for yourself. And if you like N's, you'll vote with a 3. And I'll say ready 1, 2, 3. No, I'll go 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, we'll show 1, 2, or 3. Does that sound good?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, that is. I'm sorry. And where are we typing these things?
Oh no, you're showing it with your hand. Just hold up fingers.
Oh, with our fingers.
Yes.
With the old digits.
Yes.
Got
Yes.
it.
Analog. Yes.
The
Yes.
old
Or digital.
analog sticks.
We're going analog. Yeah.
Okay. So, oh my God. Now I've got to choose between yours. This is really tricky. Okay. Ready?
We all had really good ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. So Anne is voting for 1, and L, of course I lost my Skype screen here. L is voting for 3, and I'm voting for 3. So Anne gets it. So we have a lake, a placid lake in the mountains that is inky black. Did I get that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the glass smooth surface.
And glass smooth. That there is a lot we can do with that. That is wonderful. Okay, so I've got that in. Let me just go ahead and send that off so our viewers can see that. So click and click. Okay, so now our viewers will be able to see that. Okay, awesome. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our characters. So you're going to go to that Google Sheet that I sent you. I can't.
Yep.
I shouldn't give away all of our secrets. There we go. There's our placid black.
They're using Google Sheets? What plebs? No, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, yeah. So you're going to write down your character's name and pronouns, and then you're going to answer 2 questions. What do I do? Like, what does your character do? And why do they do it? So for what do I do, it could be their occupation, or it could be just what they're known about town, like how they're known for doing things. So it could be like the town, say the town butcher, or it could be the town mayor, or it could be a father of 2, or it could be someone with underground ties to the mob, you know? And all of those count, you know? So that is that's going to be what you do. And then why you do it is just like a sentence of why it is your character does what they do, so we have a little idea of what their motivation is. And if you want to take something that you're not sure somebody else will take, you're free to like discuss and negotiate and suggest things. Oh, I know what I know what I'm going to be.
I love how we're all like, and now the silence of creativity
as we
is
type.
deafening.
It makes for great streaming.
Every once in a while, we all have very serious things.
I know, it's so true. What's up, anonymous cheerer? Thanks for that bit.
Yes, thank you. That's awesome.
Yay.
All right, so I've got a really, really good one. I'm so looking forward to yours also. But let's see. My thing that I'm writing is...
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. There's some really there's some really cool things you can do over
Right,
here.
we have a lot of interesting space created for each other already.
Yeah.
Sorry, and remind me when you say why I do why do I do it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the goal here with that one?
That's just to sort of get in your character's head and understand where they're coming from.
Sure.
Give them a little bit of history, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Kat! It's great to see you.
Hey, hi, Kat.
Kat is a game designer as well. She's absolutely amazing. She's part of my playtest group. And Kat also has a Twitch channel where she streams herself solving all these weird and exotic Sudoku puzzles.
Ooh,
yeah.
I love
That's
Sudoku
fun.
and logic puzzles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm
she was
gonna
doing-
open Kat's page up in a separate
Yeah,
tab and
yeah.
maybe get a look-see later on.
She was doing
'Cause
sandwich
that was
Sudoku the
all
other
you
day.
had
It was
to
really
say
cool.
to catch my interest. You have my full attention. Like I play logic puzzles to go to sleep at night.
Oh yeah.
They're one of my favorite things.
Yeah. There is a really good app called Good Sudoku that came out for iOS, and it's really good at training you at advanced Sudoku techniques. So I've gotten a lot better at it, but it doesn't help me so much for like the weird variants.
I've always been pretty good at Sudoku. My dad and I used to race Sudoku
cool.
together.
Oh my
that's
gosh.
Great. That's really cool.
I could never race. I could never do it.
Oh, I love it. It was like one of the only things that we clicked because my dad and I are very different people.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
He's a
Right.
super quiet ex-Navy
Oh
white
wow.
man. So, but we're both very stubborn and we love logic puzzles.
Oh, that's great. I
Did-
love that. It's something to work with.
Did we go over connected character?
Not yet. We're gonna do connected characters
Okay,
after
great.
we announce our
Suddenly I
characters.
was like, wait, I've totally lost the plot.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, so
I don't even know anybody's characters yet.
yeah. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to announce our characters, and then once we do that, then we'll decide on connected characters.
Fantastic.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to quickly get
I
this.
see now.
Yeah. That's the
Okay.
whole idea there.
I definitely formatted mine a little differently, but I get it now.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing
we go.
wrong with it. There we go. Okay. All right, so I've got
Okay.
that going and got that going. Okay, so let's go over our characters, and I just set it up so that we can all see at home. One of the memories from high school was being at a school shindig and hiding under a table doing Sudoku. I would expect nothing less. And Kat, I think Kat can also. I remember, Kat, you said that you could solve a Rubik's Cube while riding a bike, which really impresses me.
That's
My actual
amazing.
God.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
love
it's.
people
joke.
with good hand dexterity, so watching people solve Rubik's Cubes really fast is like one of my favorite things in
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah, it's just
Sweet.
incredible stuff. All right.
I used to have back when I managed retail, I had a regular who would do it, but I would get too into it, so he would only solve Rubik's Cubes as a treat for me.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Because I would turn into a puppy asking for a treat all the time.
So
Do it again.
just a 2x2 because I don't want to fall over. I can't blame you, Kat.
Right.
I've got a 2x2 over there just to help me learn. Okay, cool. So let's start. I'm gonna switch over to my slide over here. I'm gonna tell you about my character, Wendy Boxer. She's a grad student, and her thesis project is to study microorganisms in bodies of water. But she's burning out a bit on coursework, so she's looking forward to graduating. And if that means surviving this tiny town, so be it. So she's from out of town, like she's a city mouse. She's a little out of her out of place in this small town, but her work is driving her to do it, even though she's not crazy about her work. So that's Wendy. And now, Elle, you have Joseph. Tell us about Joseph.
Yeah. So Joseph is actually also a little bit of a fish out of water. So he is kind of known around town for making people feel uncomfortable because he's in his mid-30s and he moved here a few years ago. 4 years ago. He's a writer, and he was basically going through that classic like quarter life crisis.
Oh yeah.
Where he's like in his late 20s to early 30s, and he doesn't really know how to make it. So he ended up moving to this little town in the mountains, thinking like a change in scenery will do it for me. And he has felt no connection to the town. He has made no friends. He is super stinking awkward, and everybody just like doesn't get this dude, and he does not get them.
Is it the kind of thing where his first book was like a modest success, but he has no idea how to follow it up?
Oh God, no! Like it's definitely somebody who like came from a little bit of money from his parents, so like has never really like. He expects to be good at things, thinks he went into the mountains with some money from his trust fund to go write the next big American novel, and has spent 4 years doing basically nothing.
Doing not that.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it. All right, Anne, tell us about your character.
So this evening I'll be playing Alyssa Franklin. She's a former local hero, now middle-aged and somewhat forgotten by folks in town. She is known for competing in the Summer Olympics several years ago in the heyday of her youth, and now coaches the local high school girls cross-country team. She really is doing her best to... I think she returned after the glory of going to the Olympics and not placing. She has returned here to try to reclaim some of that past glory and reaffirm her identity, feeling a little bit lost about who she is now that once age sets in, it's hard to be an athlete when you are a professional athlete all of your youth.
Yeah. All right, cool. So now we've got our characters. We have Alyssa, we have Wendy, and we have Joseph. So what we're going to do is we're going to decide a character that we're going to connect our character to. So like my character can be connected to either Alyssa or Joseph. And a connection can be a family relationship. We can be friends. We can be enemies. We can be neighbors. It's just some way that we are just connected enough that I want something from your character. You don't have to reciprocate connections. So if I connect my character to Elle's, Elle doesn't have to connect to mine. Elle can connect to Anne.
Yeah.
So it's totally fine if one character has two connections and the other two characters only have one connection. Like if one character is connected by everybody else, that's fine. The important thing is just each character is connected to one other character is the important thing. So you're going to fill in which character you're connected to and what you want from them from the start. Okay?
Right.
And for this, you can always ask, if you're not sure, like, how to bring something in, you can always ask the other character. Ask the player who owns the character and see what they think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... So I think...
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick while you all do yours, because I went and jotted mine down. I will BRB.
Cool.
You got it.
All right, what do I want from your character? Yeah, so this is just a good way to start. When we start the game, all our characters have some sort of connection with the other, and it's always good to have this little push at the start of the game. So from the very beginning, we've got some connection from everyone else.
Yeah, when Elle gets back, I have a couple of questions for them, but
Yeah.
I think this makes sense.
All right. Well, in the meantime, why don't you talk a little more about the kind of games that you stream?
Sure, I can, and I will, and I am. Here I go. Typically on Thursday nights, I stream a Starfinder game. If anybody is familiar with Pathfinder by Paizo, Starfinder is their second game that focuses on epic spacefaring fantasy. So if you enjoy things like Space Wizards or Jedi or what else, or like cyberpunk, it has elements of a lot of those things, and we have been playing in our game. We have like over, I think, 150 hours at this point of gameplay.
Oh, that's awesome.
in our podcast, which you can find on my channel or at patreon.com/starfoundpod. If you don't mind, I could put it in the chat. But yeah, our Patreon is pretty unique in that we accept pledges, but right now we just decided when COVID hit that we would just make everything free to everyone in the meantime.
Awesome.
So you can see all the behind the scenes stuff. I've also written some cool expansion on the lore for the Vlaka, which is basically an anthropomorphic wolf sort of ancestry that you can play as in the game. And it's one of those that they released a couple books of additional monsters and playable character ancestries, and I thought it was a really cool thing, but they didn't have a lot of information on it, so I wrote kind of expanded lore for that, and that's just one example of kind of the behind the scenes stuff. There's another person who writes musical theater, composes for musical theater, and is writing like a whole song for their character as if we're in a musical. So there are lots of things you can find there, either for use in your own games or if you enjoy our story and want to enhance it with some behind the scenes fiction. There's lots there.
Awesome. Oh, that's so great. Okay, so I think we have all our connections. So Elle, tell us about your character connection.
Yeah, so I had him feel connected to Wendy specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As based off of kind of the timeline that we outlined, and that this is a tiny mountain town and you don't get a lot of outsiders, I would argue that Wendy is probably the newest face in town after him.
Mm-hmm.
And it, like, he doesn't want much. He kind of just, like, wants to be friends with her for the most part. Just, like, wants to feel like he isn't alone in feeling alone. Mm-hmm. It doesn't even have to be friendship, but just, like, that solidarity. Like, man, do you feel like an outsider in this town? Yeah, me too. Cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
He's just, like, great. Kind of has always seen Wendy and has kind of always wanted that solidarity from somebody.
So I just pasted your Patreon into the chat because Nightbot was annoying and decided to.
Nightbot was like, no,
we can't have fun here.
As it so often is. I totally get that. Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, that's perfect. I love that, Elle. So that's excellent. And who is your character connected to?
Well, I was going to say Joseph, and here's my reasoning, but I wanted to talk with you about it, Elle. So I feel in my bones that incredibly deeply and intensely, and perhaps at a level 4 level of intensity. That I think what Alyssa sees in Joseph is she's probably read some of his short stories that have been published, and has sort of used her resources in town to find out a little bit about him and, wherever he's living, and has sussed out that perhaps as a writer, maybe looking for a muse, he might be able to focus on an autobiography about her life at the Olympic Games a decade ago. And so it's kind of that simple. But I was wondering did you say what the focus of his short stories and stuff were, or what his published works were, or did I imagine that?
I did not get into that detail.
I was like, did I imagine that in my mind? I was like, oh, they're done talking.
I'm already giving the characters this much depth.
Yeah, I guess so. Then, without taking your agency away from you, there, I guess what kinds of things, like what is Joseph's footprint on the world that might be recognizable?
I think this would be I think that wouldn't be a stretch by any means. Like Joseph is not a fantasy writer or even really much of a fiction writer. When it comes to like the outrageous or anything, it's very much like what he does try to write is like a little bit of drama or anything. It has a tendency to feel a little forced, like somebody writing drama when they haven't really encountered a lot of actual complexity or difficulty in their life. So I could see her seeing like a little bit of like a seed in there where maybe he could write someone else's story, even if he's not doing a great job of writing his own. Like the craft is there, the creativity isn't necessary.
And also like the idea that if she could just have someone that she could sort of push in the direction she wanted, because I think younger, I'm saying this as someone who was not a young athlete, so go with me here. This could be totally wrong, but in my mind, based on a lot of I went to a boarding school, and there were a lot of very talented young athletes there who were very manicured and pushed in pretty particular directions from a young age. And so there's some sort of like reclaiming of her own story that she wants to be careful about, like who she might find to write it. And Joseph seems like he both cares about the dramaticness of the story, but also has a certain laissez-faire about his attitude, from what you said, that I feel like is perfect, because she's like, he'll care, but he won't care just enough.
Oh, that's good. I love it. That's so great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, so Wendy, I think, is connected to Alyssa, Anne's character, because Wendy's really curious about what it's like to compete at a really high level, but she's just too shy to ask. So she's never actually approached Wendy about it, or like she's not inclined to approach Wendy because she's still kind of new in town. But she's heard about whispers about Wendy's past and about her success and her Olympic story, and Wendy's still held in like a fairly high regard in the town, I'd imagine, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Wendy is still like, so it's not like Wendy is like whispered as, oh, she's a has-been. It's like, oh, she was actually at the Olympics, did you know? So Wendy's kind of curious about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So that's the 3 of our characters. We are done with character creation.
Yeah, we did it.
Huzzah! All right. So
okay, bye, everybody. See you next week. No, I'm kidding.
Bye.
So we're going to move on to the establishing scene. And because we selected Anne's weird, Anne is considered to run the scene over here. So you're going to be framing the scene. So this gray cube over here is kind of like the player marker. It's like the player who's in charge of the scene. So I'm putting it next to your hand over here, next to this purple zone. That's your color.
Okay.
That shows that you are going to be responsible for establishing the scene. So that means you're going to say, this is where we are. And for the establishing scene is special because this is going to answer the questions, how the characters know each other and what they want from each other. We've already kind of answered that during character creation, but we want to actually put this in practice now and actually talk about it. Now, it's really important that the weird does not come up in this scene. Like, this scene is totally grounded because it's just a way to sort of get our characters in the world. So let me tell you a little bit about the cards in your hand. You have 4 cards in your hand, and you're going to play them just as a nonverbal cue to the other players, like you want things to happen. So first and most importantly is the stop card, and this is an X card. So if something's happening and you want it to stop, you play the stop card and it will stop. Okay?
Okay.
Next we have probably the most important card in the game. Well, not the most important. The card that's probably going to be used the most is the edit card. This lets you propose an edit to somebody's scene. Now, what's going to happen to somebody's character, I should say, because we have full responsibility over our characters. Like if if Elle's character tries to punch my character, I decide whether it hits or not and how much damage it does. because I have full control over my character. But L can, so I could say, okay, you miss, and L could play an edit card and say, oh wait, but maybe I hit and that, but it's up to me to decide whether that happens or not.
Right.
And you don't have to play the card. It's just a nice way of, like, if somebody's like on a roll and talking, it's a nice way to sort of cue up how you're something that you want to say. Like, okay, when you're done, I've got a suggestion for you. Now, one important note is that at some point the weird is going to enter, and when the weird enters, whoever's controlling the weird and whoever invokes the weird, they have full control over everything. So they can tell a character, your hair is gray, and barring any lines and veil violations or a stop card, that's happening. You could play an edit card to suggest an edit, but it would be up to the weird player to decide whether that happens
whether or not. Okay. Yep. Cool.
All right.
The scene is going to end until is going to end when the framing player decides that the scene is over. But if you are not the framing player, you can play this close card to suggest that the scene should end. And if you're the framing player and you see these close cards going out on the table, it's a good time to end the scene.
Yeah.
And the last one is the go card, and this is simply, this is awesome, and I want this to keep happening.
Just like,
yeah, that's the go card. So these cards are inspired by Script Change, which is by Bree Bo Sheldon, I believe is their name. But that's like it's a similar idea that it's like a control panel that tells you, that lets the players kind of control the flow of the action. Those are your 4 cards.
Okay.
All right, so Anne, where are we?
I feel like all of us, for one reason or another, have decided it's time to break quarantine. The safety of the outdoors and distance is called, and we've made our way to the local national park kind of area, where we can have a nice picnic lunch.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of picnic at Hand and Rock. So we all know each other already.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now we can introduce our characters and sort of say how our characters got pulled in. So I'm going to say that I got... May I suggest that this was sort of like, it's not like a friends thing. This is more like on a bulletin board or like some message board somewhere. Yeah. So it's sort of like a public event, and that way, like, my character, like, Wendy doesn't know anyone, but, I've got a better idea. Wendy has no idea this is happening. She's taking readings.
She's just there. Yeah,
she's just there.
I was going to say, like, I think that, like, the picnic idea can actually completely work for specifically Alyssa and Joseph.
Yeah.
Because, like, with quarantine, I'd imagine that Alyssa would have taken this opportunity to finally get a hold of Joseph so that they can start collaborating while the world is stopped.
Yeah.
So maybe
100%.
Joseph and Alyssa have decided it's finally time to have a meeting in person.
Yes.
But a social distance meeting. So, like, it's Joseph out there with his laptop taking notes while on the other side of the picnic, like, rug, is Alyssa retelling, and maybe Wendy is kind of getting close because she hears a voice that she's paid attention to and is hearing all of these sports stories now.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. So let's go ahead and start the scene. So what are and obviously you don't have to like play the character. It's like a regular, like any sort of TTRPG. You can just say my character says this or my character says that.
Yeah.
But yeah, how is it going between Joseph and Elisa?
I mean, I think I guess the best way to say this is like her intention is to be charming and like introduce this person. She knows Joseph is new, so she's trying to go over beautiful isn't it? I used to run here. I grew up running just to run. Can you even imagine? Like, trying to like set the scene of what her life was before competition was a thing, and how it was just a way to connect
Yeah.
with the natural beauty of the area. And but her goal, aside from grandstanding, honestly, is to like see where he's at with that. Like, what is their communication style going to be in terms of writing this book?
Mhm.
Right. So I guess it's really up to Elle to say, like, what are they trying to get from the interaction as well?
Mm-hmm. And like as far as all this goes, like Joseph is going to be like fairly unimpressed, like for the most part. Like like again,
That's
he grew
the
up with
strongest
money.
choice.
He grew up in white spaces. Like he grew up where everybody is excellent. Like everybody's. Yeah, so like to him, like her story doesn't sound as quite as like heroic as it might seem. He's keeping his face polite and everything, but like there is definitely like a lack of, I guess, entertainment would probably be the best way to put it.
100%.
Like he's still giving her his full attention. He's still jotting down notes appropriately and everything, but at no point so far has Joseph seemed like super entertained or like even like he wants to engage and ask for more detail.
Yeah.
I think that's perfect because I think like she's setting it up like this person has been waiting to hear my story, but that is not the case even a little. And so it's kind of like, you deliver, you wait for the like acknowledgement of information even, and
all you
he's
get
just
is
typing.
Clack of a laptop.
And she's starting to get a little bit like nervous and like a little sweaty. Her kind of like manicured, well put together ness is kind of fading a little bit, and she's getting anxious about the interaction, whether this was a good idea at all.
Yeah. All right, so in the background, there's been a figure who has sort of like, I guess, a knapsack by the water and is just putting sort of tubes in the water and kind of measuring, maybe she's got like pH sticks that she sticks into the water. She's kind of muttering to herself. And every once in a while, like, she wanders by and then she wanders back, which is a little weird, but I mean... it doesn't make anything less awkward, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like beautiful as far as the eye can see. There's like somebody doing water testing, which makes it seem like also like a little dangerous and maybe not a place to be. And then she kind of makes a comment.
Totally safe to drink.
Yeah, she's like, but that's not our reservoir, so it's not a thing you need to worry about. Now that you live here. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, you know that, right? Like, it's just so
here
awkward.
Whole life.
Yeah, lived here her whole life in like 50 different times. It's like, that's all she can possibly say about herself. You're like, you went to the Olympics and all you can say is you lived in this shit town for your whole life? Great. That's super relatable content.
Trees, not medals. Got it.
And at one time, like, Wendy actually comes over, like, this weird figure comes over and she's like, she's like, are you Alyssa?
Well, I mean, yes. Yes, I mean, I am Alyssa. Yes. I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Wendy. Oh, that's cool. Thanks. And she wanders away because she has no idea what to say next. But
wait,
like,
yeah, and she goes, a fan, and then like kind of like looks away awkwardly, and then thinks like, she kind of calls. She's like, I'm sorry. Did you, would you like, and she just kind of looks like awkwardly at the social distancing situation and then at her kind of backpack with crackers and food, and she makes a little room and she says, did you want to join us to have some lunch?
Speaking as the player now, I was going to have like Wendy like walk away, but I think it might be better for the story for Wendy to join. And that way we can keep it, we can dial the awkwardness up if we do that. So Wendy actually was walking back to her backpack and she stops and there's like a long pause while she like weighs the pros and cons in her head. And she's like, sure. And she walks back. She takes her, she's like, let me just get my backpack. She gets her backpack. Yeah. It's really heavy. Like, you could see that, like,
Yeah.
she's picking it up with effort, and then she walks back to the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she kind of does her best to, like, she takes out paper plates, and she only has 2, but she puts the like Triscuits and some cheese. Like she uses her hand sanitizer and like wipes everything down and like carefully makes 2 plates and like scoots them across the to the other edges of this large picnic blanket that they're all sitting on. And then she kind of sits with her own Triscuits and cheese in her hand, and she sort of lets the silence exist for a little while, and she goes, well, I mean, when was the last time any of us made a new friend? Am I right? This whole thing is really a bitch.
Yeah, and that starts to, like, break the ice a little. You know, Wendy's like, yeah, it really is. And, you know, she actually is wolfing down the Triscuits. She's really hungry. And she's like, I'm Wendy. Oh, I already said that. I'm sorry.
Wendy, what have you been working on over there?
Wendy says, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm a grad student. I'm studying. My thesis is on bacterial life in lakes that are just like this, that have a relatively stillness, that are relatively still. There tends to be a lot of life coming out of them, and it's my thesis studying that life." And she's going to be more specific than that. You know, I'm obviously, I'm not a microbiologist myself, so I can't say exactly what's interesting about that. But, you know, pretend that she is, you know, she's putting in some details that, like, yes, she is a qualified researcher, but also it's extremely boring the way she phrases it. Like, microbiology can be really interesting, but not in the way she describes it.
Yeah. And it's certainly not, I think, for sure, she's out of her depth a little bit. And when I say she, I mean Alyssa is out of her depth. But, I mean, anybody who's excellent at anything is cool to her. Yeah. Excellence is interesting. And so she kind of, like, tries to ask more questions, though it's very clear to her, to Wendy, that this woman does not know the first thing about microbiology, even a little. And
Wendy's trying to dumb it down, and she can't.
Yeah,
you know,
she
like,
can't.
Joseph is staying relatively quiet. So, like, when Wendy first came and sat down, he's going to shift to the very edge of the blanket. And you can't, it's definitely clear, like, you can't pin down whether it's because this dude is so awkward or if it's, like, social distancing and everything. Like, there is a degree of, maybe it's just he's being respectful. Maybe he's just really that awkward. And, like, when Wendy first starts talking, he's going to perk up the most that he has so far because he's been waiting to talk to Wendy, but he doesn't really know much about her, just like this is the next newest person. And, like, hearing that she's educated, like, is going to be a little refreshing at first, but as she continues to go on in too much depth for too long,
his hopes are dashed.
It's just going to melt away back into the previous, like, just very deadpan. Okay, nothing here is interesting.
So
even though it really is, Joseph just, like, does not care about much if it doesn't apply to him.
Toad King Studios is cheering for me. Thank you, Toad King Studios. Even though this isn't the kind of game that you really cheer, but you're cheering for my character. You're cheering for my character.
In Toad King's defense, spooky stuff is his thing. So.
Oh, cool. Okay, excellent. So I actually just played the close card because I'm suggesting that this is a good point where we can probably close the scene. Yeah,
I think the close of this scene is 3. The camera pans out, like in like a weird aerial view over in that cool, like, Murakami or like interesting composed, like the square of the blanket, you know, looks perfectly square from above, and the green of the grass around them, and the cliffside with all of its like veined marble and everything in it, as it gets further and further away, and these three people sitting as close as they can allowably sit in a time where no one can be close, start to look even farther away from each other, and then just dots, and then opening up on one side of the scene is just this void of black, smooth
that's excellent.
water.
Excellent. I love it.
Scene.
Yep.
And scene.
All right. So that is the establishing scene. So now I'm going to take the cube and move it to me. So I'm going to be the framing player. Now that it's the start of Act 1 officially, we're going to bring out 4 of these Act 1. When I made this mod, I called them scene cards. I've changed them to question cards. So these are 4 questions, and at the start of each scene, whoever is framing is going to choose one of these questions and drag it up to the rectangle at the top, and that's going to be the question we're going to try to answer the scene. So the questions we have for this game for Act 1 are, what is something one character needs from another character right now? There's a typo in that card. What are the characters about to do for the last time?
Ooh.
What is special about the location the characters are in? And what is something that one character desperately does not want the other characters to know? I kind of liked what are the characters about to do for the last time. So I'm going to drag that to the top over here. We're going to.
I think that one might have pulled at all of us, honestly.
Yeah.
I know. I was like,
yeah.
I'm ready.
It's such a heavy question in quarantine world because it's a question that we've all faced in different ways this year that we never ever had to face before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I'm I'm going to choose that one. I'm not 100% sure what that is yet, but we'll find out. Now, there's also these prompt cards. So I'm going to shuffle the prompt deck, and I'm going to take 2 and put them in my hand. Right now, only I can do that because I'm the weird player. The prompt deck is only available to the weird player. So people watching at home can look at this. But this is going to contain stuff that is weird. And it's a way to kind of introduce the weirdness into the game if you're kind of at a loss for things. You can draw 2 cards from the prompt deck and figure that out, but only if you're the weird player. Okay, so I think what's going to happen is... I think by coincidence, we're all going to be at the supermarket.
okay.
Or what passes for the supermarket. Do you think it should be at this town? It should be more like a grocery store? I think it should be more like a supermarket. Like this is like maybe it's a Walmart is probably the best way to do it. So, there's a mask regulation, but once everybody's in the store, they're wearing their masks on their chin, that sort of thing. Wearing the masks on. 2 people recognize each other, they pull their masks down and start talking to each other. That's sort of what's happening, that kind of thing. Wendy is shopping, is shopping, and I'm going to let both of you introduce your characters, like say what your character's shopping for. So what are your characters shopping for? Like what are you?
So Joseph's doing his basically like once every 3 to 4 weeks grocery trip. Like he tried to like go to the grocery store more often at first. Once quarantine started, it didn't change his life at all because he started to feel like so weirdly out of place in this town that he hadn't really been showing his face much in the first place, which continued to make him even more ostracized because now he's that weirdo that shows up once every 2 months instead of that weirdo that shows up once every 2 weeks. So his shopping cart currently looks like the way it always does. Probably never really learned how to cook for himself. So we're talking like 3 weeks worth of frozen food. And just like bare minimum food. So like chips and like soda and microwave dinners and like boxes of macaroni and cheese that don't even need like the milk and butter. They already have like we're definitely like this is the cart of a bachelor about to go back underground for another month. Like
That is too real, Elle. It is very much too real
Gotta
about
love
my
those
life.
sweets and bagels.
Yeah, and I do. No. Yeah, I think similarly, towing. We're gonna say, is this gonna make it weird if she has kids with her?
No, I don't think so at all.
Okay,
Is
great.
it her kids or is her students?
No, like her children.
Yeah, I think that's
So
cool.
she is in a frenzy I have only pitied. Surrounded by, one just totally teenager who just doesn't give any fucks, right? So like we'll say her oldest son, who is just like picking up things and putting them down and picking up, and she's like, sanitize your hands, stop picking up things unless you want them, right? And then her, youngest daughter, who is it's like she's in her 40s, but she managed to have a child in her 40s, and she's like, great, now at least my oldest son can take care of my youngest child, but I did not intend to be mothering a child of this like young age, a child that's less than 10 years old. At this point in my life, I thought I had moved on, but I guess not. Keep your mask on. It's like, stop taking it off. Like, just stand there. And everyone is too old to be like sitting in the cart, but she is just constantly a tornado of hand sanitizer and sharp remarks. And they're all preparing. She's trying to get them to help her prepare for Labor Day weekend, where because they can't have their traditional invite half the town over for an awesome barbecue in my cool backyard, including my team, I'm trying to do something for my family, but they are not helping me at all, and so that is what her shopping experience is like.
Cool. Very cool. By the way, Toad King is now turned. Toad King is turned heel and is cheering against me.
Oh no!
Thanks, Toad King.
So quickly they fall.
Totally. No, that sounds
that book
fantastic.
is sweet.
Yeah, I think she is this whole time trying to pull down one of those like giant, if they're at Walmart, like giant kiddie pool, like inflatable kiddie pool things from like the top shelf, and she's like, "Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me?" But like no one is helping, leastwise her oldest son. Like it's just chaos. Yeah.
So there's a few points I need to put in now. The first is there's a rule in Weird Stories. We haven't come close to violating it, so don't worry. Which is the no removal rule. We cannot remove the agency or ability of the primary characters or the weird to affect the story until the last scene.
Great.
You can't write someone out of a scene or can't write someone out of the story. However, the kids are secondary characters, so they could be written out. That said, I have added a veil to our list of violence to minors. So just to keep that in.
You got it.
Cool. So that was, I think, the three things. Yeah, those are the three things I mentioned. Okay, so how many kids does Alyssa have?
So we'll say she has like one 7-year-old daughter and one 17-year-old or 18-year-old son. Okay.
I'm just kind of curious because it might color the character a little more. Is it the same parents of both, or
no? Definitely not.
Yeah. Okay.
This woman is not a great partner. She's very self-focused.
Yeah. That's like a lot of athletes are. A lot of people get. Yeah. Very relatable. Speaking of self-focused, Wendy is. I'm going to say that Wendy actually is not shopping. She has permission from the store manager to test the water taps. So she's got her knapsack and she's got her equipment and she's like turning water on. She's like in the, I don't think she's in the women's bathroom. I think she's more like a shared faucet. Like maybe the deli counter has a sink, and she's testing the water in the sink, and the deli workers are like bumping by her, and she's giving them glares. So, do we want Joseph and Alyssa to bump into each other?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
cool.
gonna say, like, Joseph is nice enough to where if he'll see Alyssa and he will come to try and help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That pool.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that that there is something that's going to happen in the scene. I'm just waiting for the right moment.
Oh, great.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, because I know
good.
you have the 2 prompts in
Yep.
your hand.
I
Yeah.
do.
Cool.
Hang on, folks. Hang on. Nobody did this yet, but we got one on the house. Summon a ferret! Summon a ferret!
Ferret!
Yeah,
What's this
summon a
one's
ferret.
name?
This is Trillian. Trillian is my
Hi,
old
Trillian.
woman. Trillian is 7 years old, and she
baby.
just came by because she's hungry. So I need to run and give her food because we're working on her schedule and not mine. So why don't you role play the scene, and I'll be back in a moment.
Parent.
I'll be right back.
So cute.
I'm gonna go get rid of some tea real quick then. If we're doing a quick little getaway from the
Yeah.
camera, I'll be gone for 2
sure.
seconds. 2 seconds.
Sounds good. Well, guys, it's just you and me facing the music. We don't have ferrets in this house. Well, I have a cat, but she's not allowed in this room very often because she's terrifying.
Did we leave you on your own, Anne?
Yeah, I've been telling everybody about how I have a cat, and her
Oh,
name is
excellent.
Tonks.
What's her name?
Her name is Tonks. But
Oh, of
I
course.
I just call her Cat a lot of the time because a lot of the time I'm very angry at her for one thing or another.
Oh,
She's not a kind sort of cat.
no, that
She's a
sounds like a cat I
monster.
lived with for a while. I lived with a cat named Zoe for a while, and Zoe was not really cat as much as she was just an evil spirit.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
was really. But the one
Okay,
thing
okay,
about
okay,
she had a
okay.
prescription for Xanax. She was the only cat I ever knew who had her own prescription for Xanax.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Maybe
how.
that would be the key. This morning, my cat took her claw. So she normally like pats me on the face in the morning to be like, please wake up, please to wake up. And I'm like, to what end? And I reach down to give her scritches, and she's like, no, not that. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm gonna go back to sleep. And she's like, okay. And then I close my eyes, and she's like, wake up, please wake up. And so she just wants me to be awake. This morning, I finally, I reached down and I pet her very firmly, 3 times. And I was like, listen, this is not how this is going to go. I've had a very long night. And then I closed my eyes and she did the same pat on the mouth, but she extended her claws.
Oh my God.
Just enough to be annoying.
Oh.
To be like, hey, get up. And I got up, I literally walked around the house while she followed me, and then I sat back down in my chair, and then I was like, did you want to sleep on the pillow? I'm happy to let you do whatever you want right now as long as you stop doing what you were doing before. And she just sat there and looked at me, so I went back to sleep, and she stopped being weird, I guess. But that is it. She broke she shattered my obsidian dice a couple weeks ago. She is on the shit list as far as cats are concerned. Yeah. I love her and she's an animal, so she deserves my love and protection, but I will kill her. I will.
This feels
one
exactly
day.
like how I talk to my cat, Chie.
Yeah.
She's almost given me lip piercings before,
Oh.
trying to
Oh,
pat
yeah.
me on the face with their claws out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that feeling so much.
All right, so I think where we left, Joseph was helping Alyssa.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll say the giant inflatable pool comes crashing kind of almost down, and like the hero Joseph is, if you're into this, Elle, we are able to catch it and lower it, and then it's the aromantic meet cute has occurred.
Yep.
As the box is on the ground, and it's you, kind of thing. Any plans for the holiday weekend? She says.
He's gonna like kind of look at the kids because like I'd imagine they discussed her kids before, but this is his first time ever seeing the children at this point.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just like putting faces to names and processing a little bit. Like I'd imagine Anne hasn't been totally forthcoming about the fact that her like 18-year-old son is kind of a piece of shit, which Joseph is seeing and feeling a little superior right now, seeing like how the kid didn't even help her or anything. And then eventually like it'll trigger like a conversation is happening and I'll be like, no, not really my scene.
All right, so
and she goes, yeah, Harry, get your pants up. I told you to wear a belt. Like she's like that kind of scenario.
Still interacting with the chaos throughout their conversation.
Yeah.
So I think this is the time where the ground starts shaking. Like
oh no.
Things are at first you think it might be just like you're not sure what it is at first. You think that it's just like a truck passing, but it continues and it gets worse to the point that you start seeing the displays the store shelves actually start to shake and threaten to tip over. Like there's shouting and screaming in the store. Like things are starting to fall from the ceiling. Like this is really bad. And we're in like I'd imagine like a northeastern town or is it like this is not a town on the earthquake belt, and yet everything is shaking. Now, I should have mentioned that Wendy has Wendy has so Wendy is still working in her thing. Like she starts seeing everything shake. There's a shout from one of the deli workers who cut their hand pretty bad because part of the earthquake while they were operating with sharp equipment. But she like grabs her backpack and instinctively runs the other way, and there's just chaos, people running back and forth.
Yeah. So I will say, just because I think that this is true in siblings that I have seen in my life, that it takes a crisis to show you how much people love you. And I feel like Harry grabs his younger sister and heads for like a doorway so that they are underneath, like out of the aisles of like crashing down items and underneath something, because he's probably seen it in movies and stuff that's what you're supposed to do. And she looks around and catches Wendy and she says, what is this? And she's kind of like off balance and trying to just figure out, this is very disorienting, right? This doesn't happen.
Yeah, Wendy's like, Wendy's kind of wide-eyed. She's like, I'm going to say Wendy's originally from the West Coast, and she's seen her share of earthquakes. She thought she was moving away from the earthquakes. And Wendy is not noticing this in the heat of, in the heat of the moment, but her backpack is smoking right now. Like, there's legit smoke coming out of her backpack. But she doesn't notice. Like, she has no idea that's happening. She's just sort of wide-eyed and looking around and looking for a place that she can take cover and possibly pull a few people in.
During this little exchange, like, with this not really being a place for conversation or anything, Joseph will be trying to push both of them kind of in the direction that the kids went, and that's when he's going to notice the backpack.
Yeah, you can smell it also. It's like it's like the smell of an overheating computer equipment. You know, it's just that sharp, acrid smell.
And he's going to point it out, like, what in the world is wrong with your backpack, girl?
And that's when she notices, like, and she, with a yelp, she takes it off, and you can tell from her hand motions, like, it's been really hot and she hasn't noticed until now. She tries to unzip it, but, you know, the zippers are really hot because of the heat, and she opens it up, and there's almost like all of the samples that she's collected are all, like, incandescent bright. It's like light bulbs from all the water samples that she's collected. Not the water samples she's gotten from that she's gotten just now. They're the ones underneath. And she's like, my lake samples. What's happening with my lake samples? It's the lake samples that are like bright white and incandescent and heating up during all this. But they start to fade, like they start, just as she's saying it, they start to fade in luminescence. And with that, the earthquake starts to slow. Things start to stabilize. And as they turn out in light, as they turn off, the earthquake subsides. And you can hear like a kind of a collective sigh of relief. And then a voice on the loudspeaker says, please evacuate. Please put down anything you were thinking of purchasing and evacuate.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good place to stop the scene, unless you have any last thoughts.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm good with that terrifying situation.
So,
over forever with nothing worse to come. Sure.
So I'm going to say what the characters are doing for the last time are like just going shopping and being out and about. Because I think, with the Walmart, like becoming out of commission because of the earthquake, there's a combination of like, it's not just the Walmart, it's this idea of, the idea of safety's gone now. Like, it's not just the pandemic, it's now this freak natural occurrence has happened, and they're questioning everything.
100%.
Cool.
So she is, I will say probably more in shock than anything else. She gives her son the keys to the car, and says, drive your sister home.
Yeah.
Yep. Because she's kind of curious about this whole Wendy situation.
We can probably resolve that in the next scene, but it's gonna be Elle's turn. So Elle, you're gonna choose one of the remaining 3 questions to ask and drag it up. And incidentally, the act is gonna end when we have 3 questions answered. We have 1 question answered right now. After we answer the next 2 questions, that ends the act.
Okay, so I'm picking which question that we are going to answer during this next scene. Yep. Okay. Ooh, okie dokie. So we're gonna do this one. Okay. What is something that one character desperately does not want the other characters to know?
Awesome. And if you need help with the weird, you can always draw 2 prompt cards into your hand and take a look at them and be inspired. They're just for inspiration, so you're not bound to them. They're just meant to sort of give you ideas.
Gotcha. Okay. So, like, at one point during the answering of this question, I need to implement some sort of behavior from the weird itself.
It usually helps the story, but really the important thing is we need to answer the question. And if the weird makes an appearance, so be it. But you do have, if you do invoke the weird, you do have agency over the other characters.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Okie dokie. So at this point, the kids have driven off, and the 3 of our characters are still outside of Walmart, probably near Joseph's vehicle. Maybe he and Wendy have parked nearby. And at this point, Joseph is ready to confront Wendy and ask what the butt is up with those water samples.
Wendy is totally baffled. Like, she's measuring and she's trying to figure out, like, it seems like ordinary water now. Like, she's not sure. And Wendy's like, I really want to take samples from the lake now. So I'm like, Wendy's going to go in her car and she's going to want to go in. I'm going to say that Wendy's car for some reason isn't starting. Like, she's having some car problems.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was just an earthquake. Like, who knows what'll happen there.
Yeah, sort of, after kind of like dissociating and kind of just listening to what everybody else is saying for a while, she hears Wendy say, I'm going to go to the lake, right? She says, well, you don't think anything's wrong with the lake, do you?
Wendy's like, well, this water that I just took from it turned completely white and was hot to the touch, so yeah, I think there's something weird with the lake. I really need to check it out.
She just says, I've been running there my whole life. There's no way anything is wrong with the lake. Like, it's just clearly that thing where she just doesn't want to believe that it's possible that something bad could be happening to a place that she likes
And
or loves, you know.
Wendy says, okay, well, you can put that in your thesis if you want, but in my thesis, I'm going to research it. And she turns the ignition for her car, and it just the engine won't turn over.
Yeah.
Like that was a cool last word for her to say, and now she's sort of stuck there.
And now the moment has not landed at all for
and she
her.
goes, well, can I come with you?
And she's like, not in this car, apparently. Come on, damn it. And it's just not turning over.
Yeah.
And Joseph is just gonna sigh because now he knows that, like, no matter what, it's on him to get Alyssa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now Alyssa wants to join Wendy, and he's just gonna sigh.
Yeah.
And, like, grudgingly gesture to his own vehicle.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And unlock it.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Elle, are we going to make it to the lake okay?
We are indeed going to make it to the lake, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. No. We'll get to the lake, and Joseph will park pretty close. Like, when he moved out here, he got himself, like, a kind of nicer truck so that he would, like, fit in, but his truck is actually too nice to fit in, sort of thing. So, like, he can park it, like, almost, like, right there on the water with, like, a level of an urgency that he thinks might be a little dramatic and cool. Because, like, right now he's actually having a little fun.
Hey, and Wendy's like, hey, nice Range Rover.
He will start to explain why that's not what Make It is, and then go into some lengthy car discussion that Wendy surely does not care about at all.
Yeah, oh, totally not. She's completely disinterested. Her mind's on the lake.
Yeah.
We'll do a well actually on her during the drive.
Oh, that's excellent. What does the lake look like?
The lake is, if anything, like too black for what it should be. Like a harsh juxtaposition.
Like
to
matte black.
Yeah, like that's not, like, that's maybe fine during the middle of night, but it's currently like 3:30 in the afternoon. And we literally just watched some of this water glow so brightly it was burning. So now it seems almost like a dead flame to it. Instead.
Yeah.
So Wendy's going to start testing, like, very gently, like, poke her finger in the water. Does anything happen with the water when she pokes her finger?
She's not gonna actually manage to make contact right there because Joseph's gonna grab her wrist and stop her.
Oh wow, okay.
And he's gonna straight up say, "Don't do that."
And Wendy shoots her a look like, "Why not? I mean, this is my thesis. This is, for lack of a better term, my job."
Shouldn't we just? Yeah, she goes. Your job was just burning a hole in your backpack. Can't we just use a stick or something first?
Joseph is gonna jump on, like, Alyssa's response and, like, the Alyssa boat, like, a little too, like, fast. Be like, yeah, like, you don't want to touch that. You don't want to touch that. You don't know what it could do. Like, you don't want to touch it directly, at least.
And Wendy's like, did you just say that there's nothing wrong with this lake? But while she's doing that, she's looking for a stick, and she finds, like, a stick, and she starts jamming it into the water.
And almost like the water definitely has, like, more surface tension than usual, the water is going to kind of, like, dip like it's a solid a little bit.
Ooh.
Almost.
Don't like that.
Your emotions.
Do not want forbidden licorice snack. Yeah. She is going to kind of, like, seeing this weird title of show thing sort of happen. It's like a shot goes through her temple.
Oh.
As, like, I feel like, I mean, throw it back if you guys don't like it, but I feel like touching this thing has some sort of frequency to it, where, like, the more you interact with what should not be, the more your mortal mind cannot really compute that.
That's
and it's almost the same as when the equipment in the backpack starts shorting, but it's your own brain.
That's going to be Elle's call, because Elle's in charge of the weird.
Yes, yes.
I'm totally okay with that.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay.
I mean, we were going for dreamy and cosmic in the first place.
Yeah.
But as Wendy is like poking it with a stick, and after like seeing it respond the way it does, Joseph is gonna turn around and like walk towards the car, and then like kind of pause in front of the door, and then just start pacing around his truck.
Yeah. She's gonna note this and kind of double take and say she's gonna I guess approach. She needs to get away from the water, experiencing this, right? And she kind of jogs up to Joseph and says, Are you? Hold on. There's a lot of feedback.
Is it because the air conditioning just turned on in here?
It might be. It might be
maybe.
that.
Yeah.
I was like, the lake, it's interactive.
The lake is on the stream, so to speak.
Yeah, the lake has made it. She kind of like winces with the further away from the water she gets, the more she kind of regains her ability to put together what reality is. And she says, "Are you sure? Please don't take this the wrong way. Joe, I can call you Joe, right? Joseph, Joe, what are you feeling?"
Joe's good.
Joe, you were pretty quick to grab her.
I mean, you saw what happened with the backpack, and he's like, he takes a deep, kind of collected breath, and then immediately hops onto like Alyssa's initial argument.
Yeah.
Like, you said, like, the backpack almost burned up. Like, none of us should be touching that.
Right.
Now, while you're doing this, Wendy is taking like a small like utility knife out of her backpack. It's not like a big, dangerous serrated knife. It might be a little serrated, but it's really meant more for like food stuff. And she's gonna try to just cut a little bit out of the lake. You know, now that she's treating it as a solid, see if like maybe she can slice off a bit and put it in a baggie for further study.
So as soon as that happens, the dark black is going to begin glowing again, and the vibrating is going to start again.
Oh.
Like, as soon as it makes a little bit of pointed contact, and the deeper she gets, the more these things are going to happen.
Ah, so it's like she's very, you know, she's tentative at first, and once she feels a little bit of shaking, you know, she does a little like, pull it out, stick it in slightly, pull it out, and when she realizes a link, she pulls it back out.
And like Joseph is going to feel the rumble, look at her and snap and say, "Stop hurting it."
Yeah.
Stop hurting it. Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird thing for a person to say about a lake. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to say that thank you for the cheer, Toad King. Now that you are rooting for me again. That is excellent to see. And Kat is giving us the suggestion to run away. But this is horror. We're not going to run away.
Yeah, I hear you.
Act 1.
I hear you. Act 1, though, so we stand firmly on the side of bad decisions.
Yes.
So she has kind of been like thrown into Joe's car by the lurch of the ground underneath them, and she hears him say, "Stop hurting it." And she says, she just looks at him and she says, "I think you know more than you're saying."
So she says that to Wendy, right?
To Joe.
Oh.
Because Joe said, "Stop hurting it," which is a weird thing to say about a lake.
About a lake, yeah.
Joe's going to take a really deep breath again, a little more calculated than before. And then he's finally going to say, "I hadn't even written this part yet."
Okay, I'm going to play the close card right now. This is a suggestion now. This is my suggestion. But what do you think of closing it right there on those words?
I'm cool with that. I kind of wanted that to be like the...
Yeah.
I wanted it to be the twist that answers the question,
Well, it seems like Joe doesn't want us to know, but it looks like we know now that there is some link between him and his writing and the lake. All right, and it is back to you.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that we answered that question. It seemed like pretty obvious that we answered the question.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anne, you're going to choose one of the remaining 2 questions, and if we do answer this question, that will be the end of Act 1.
Okay, let me zoom in here.
Yep.
All right, we've got what is something one character needs from another character. We've got what's special about the location the characters are in. Okay, yeah. I'm going to do this one.
Excellent. We'll just drag it over into the box.
Yeah.
What is something one character needs from another right now? Cool. Okay, so go ahead and frame the scene, and feel free to draw 2 prompt cards if you feel like you need them.
Okay, I'm going to just for like funsies.
Yeah. Just drag it.
Chaos!
Just drag them into your hand. You want the ones from the white border.
Yep. I've made a
No, not those.
error.
Not those. Those
Yep.
are the cards.
I put it back. I didn't look at it.
Don't worry about it.
All right, hold on. Oh, God, why? Okay. From the white border.
Yeah, the one that says
border?
prompt, from the white border. Just drag those into your hand.
Oh, of course. Yep. Okay, so Act 1 prompt.
Yep. Just take it and pull it into your hand. Yep.
I did it. And I can pull a second one?
Yep.
Okay,
And then hit
what
space,
a time to be alive.
And if they're face
Got
down,
it.
you can
Got it.
hit space bar to flip them over.
Okay, I'm just going to, look at this real quick.
Yep.
Just a quick looky-loo.
In the meantime, Kat had wanted us to jump in the lake. Kat told us to jump in a lake, everybody. I'll remember that, Kat.
Either run away or end it with your clear deaths. Right now.
Well, that's
This
heightening.
nope situation is not
Can you
okay.
even jump inside of the lake at this point? Who knows?
I
That's
think-
up to Anne at this point.
Yeah, great question.
And-
I wonder.
And also, you don't need to set it where we were. You can advance the timing a little bit if you'd like, a few hours or even a day or two.
Oh, man.
Kat says trampoline lake, fun for all ages.
I feel like it's Twilight now.
Mm-hmm.
Same place. There's been a bit of distance between everyone, but for whatever reason, and I would love to hear for you guys if there are reasons each of you would decide not to leave the lakeside.
So Wendy is doing as much testing as she can without actually touching the lake. She's recording sound, she's taking photos, she's documenting as much as she can.
And in this perpetual state of mom, Alyssa hands out, everybody masks up, right? But she hands out snack packs from her purse, right? She has like a little fanny pack, like her runner's fanny pack that she had, and she suggests they go for a walk and see if anything else is disturbed around the hiking / running trail that goes around the outside. And it's been, after hearing this from Joseph, I'm assuming both of us heard that, right? I think we can just move that along.
He wasn't being when he was close, and nobody's exactly being discreet at this point.
Yeah, let's make that a thing. And the sort of extra planar shock of hearing something like that. They've sought normalcy through moving and through exploration, but there has just been this palpable silence between them.
Mm-hmm.
There are cool breezes that pass over them as they, turn corners and walk along this path, but there is just this growing ellipses at the end of that last sentence, and it reaches its final point, and they come to like an overlook looking, there's one of those points at which like the hiking path kind of zigzags up one of those cliff faces.
Yep.
And they're now looking out over this giant black expanse beneath them. And she looks at him and she says, that's impossible.
I mean, you would think.
What are you writing about?
Like, I don't know, a lot of the stuff that I've been working on lately just like hasn't been clicking. So I wanted to try something new, and I have like 2 chapters done of like a horror story. Like I hadn't even really gotten to the horror stuff yet. I was using the town as influence, and I had written about the lake, and I had like plans with the lake, and like I haven't even gotten to that part of the story yet.
But you were thinking about the water being like this?
Yeah, like I don't know, like what if like the lake was a monster or something? Like I hadn't really gotten into the details yet. I had placed like a couple of hints. And when like the rumbling started in the supermarket, I didn't think about it. And like this whole, like during their like walk and their quiet and everything, Joseph has been on his phone the whole entire time because he doesn't have his laptop on him.
Right.
But he's been going back and like on his phone, he's been reading like the first 2 chapters that he had written up on Google Drive.
Yeah.
And like is starting to see like some of the parallels. How he had 3 particular characters, and one of them was a mom, and how like he had very much established like the town as the setting, and he had paid a lot of attention to the lake, and like some early rumblings had happened inside of someone's home instead of a supermarket. But like already the written parallels, like he's going over the different details that had already started to overlap.
She says, I used to come out camping here when I was younger, and the lake wasn't like this, but and she like pauses, and then she says, but it was never normal.
Well, what's that supposed to mean? He's gonna kind of glance over at Wendy for a second, because like, what does normal mean for a lake?
And Wendy's nearby, or are you? I thought you two walked away.
I thought we were all walking together.
Oh, okay,
like,
we're all
we were
walking
like,
together?
let's go take a quick look around this entire place. So,
And Wendy's Wendy's lagging. Wendy's lagging behind. I'd say, just like taking samples and as much as she can without actually interacting with the lake.
Yeah. She kind of like looks down over the little like lookout post right down at Wendy, down like below them. We'll say like maybe 30 feet or so below, right? So within hearing distance if they need to talk, but able to still access whatever she wants to sample. And she kind of takes a deep breath and begins to say something in a halted manner, I suppose. And then she says, I mean, I'm just not sure whether the lake came first or you created the problems here. And she describes an evening from her youth where she was out with her family, and she heard a baby's cry ringing out over the water. And when she got close, it was as if the sound morphed to the like cawing of raven, or it was never quite that, and then it was almost like it was like the awoo of a wolf. But whatever it was, it just kept drawing her forward and towards the lake. And when she got there, she felt compelled to swim out into the lake. And when she got, I guess, when she dipped her head below, we'll say, no, this is better. Sorry, I'm like rewriting this in my mind as I'm talking about it.
It's all
kind
good.
of a problem. When she looked down at her own reflection, like in the last place she could stand, she just saw, like, in every direction, like her head, like laid out like petals on the water.
Wow.
Like a reflection of her head expanding in every direction, and the stars reflecting perfectly on this, what was before, until she was almost fully submerged, a normal, rippling lake surface, was suddenly this mirror black surface reflecting the starlight above in just this expansive, mind altering, bending way. And she said, it was, whatever I saw, it was too much, and I sank.
Huh. What do you mean you sank? Wendy asks. She's coming a little closer now.
She says, the next thing I knew, I was being given mouth to mouth and being resuscitated on the bank.
And of course, Wendy can't help herself. She's like, did the water taste anything special to you? Did it taste acidic? Did it taste milky?
Ew. I
Did it
don't like
taste
that
moist?
at all.
How does the water's mouth feel?
Do not want. Yeah, she says it tasted like tea.
Tea.
It tasted warm and inviting, and I felt not like some kind of monster was pulling me beneath the waves, but that was just where I was supposed to go. It felt like getting in bed on a wintry evening.
And Wendy looks out at the water and she says, I wonder if the lake will remember you. I wonder if there's going to be... That's a stupid thing to say. She immediately catches herself. I wonder if the lake will act differently if you're the one who encounters it. How do you feel about that?
She says, I guess. I mean, I'm happy to try, but I'm concerned, obviously, about what's going on.
And Wendy's like, well, it's up to you. If you don't want to do it now, we can always do it another time.
Yeah, no, she says, she begins to like jog down the like back and forth switch path to head towards the lake, and she looks back up at Joe and she says, I know you haven't written it yet, but how does it end?
Like, Joseph's gonna pause for a second because, like, he doesn't know if he's even gotten that far yet, and he's kind of searching inside of himself for like the honest answer. And then finally he says, I don't think it does.
And she says, well, that's probably better than most things you could have said. And she takes off her shoes and steps into the edge of the water. But I feel like that's also the end of that scene.
I agree.
I was going to throw out
yes.
the clothes as well.
Yeah, that's the clothes.
I was about
perfect.
to throw out the clothes too. Yep.
That is perfect. Okay, so we are now at the first intermission.
Okay.
So we're going to ask a few questions as players to make sure that the story is going well. So the first thing is, how is the weird affecting the characters? I think,
Very severely.
yeah, but the
They're
characters
super intertwined right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I think one thing is the weird isn't necessarily an antagonist. The weird is just kind of existing, and the way it exists is orthogonal to the character's existence. It may get in the way, but it's not like trying to kill the characters. It's just it might
Each of them have connected with it in a very intimate way, whether it's through studies or through their craft or through their existence.
Yeah.
So what can we do to bind the characters and the weird closer together? I think we're
good on that.
I think we're doing that.
Yeah, I think the fact that Elise is stepping into the water is good. And does the story need to be more grounded or heightened?
I think what we've set ourselves up for, and I feel like everybody is kind of leaning into this momentum, is that this story is meant to be very, very heightened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not going to be like totally detached. Like it's going to make big jumps, and then it's going to wait for us to catch up, and then it's going to make another big jump. But we just have to
Which is kind of like what we did here, honestly. Yeah. Like we had the big jump in the connection to the lake during the supermarket.
Yeah.
But like right now, even the weird stuff is going on with the lake.
Yeah.
We're getting to adapt to the current level.
I've got an idea of how to handle the next scene, but I just want to make a quick bathroom break. So I will be right back. If you two can entertain our viewers, that would be awesome.
Sure.
I will be right back.
Entertain our viewers.
We doing it.
I hope Kat's having a good night.
I mean, she's not in here right now. Oh, so speaking of Cthulhu, which we weren't, but I was thinking of it because of what we're doing. So I have tried this game called Cats of Cthulhu. Have you ever had a chance to play it?
I have not, but this already sounds amazing.
Lord Almighty. Okay, so we played on my channel. I'm so glad, Cat Stip. That's great. That's good that you're having fun. We're having fun too. So Cats of Cthulhu is a game that a friend of mine picked up at, I want to say PAX Unplugged, probably. And it is a light rules RPG. Everything is D6s, and you either succeed on a 6 or for 3 and up, you succeed on something, and for 2 and down, you don't. And you have a number of dice, equal to your stats in that thing. But it's very much like, it seems like it's a weird mixture, or it seemed to me like, what is the tone of this game? Like, is it weird? But you're literally cats in a human world. It's just all from the cat perspective, right? And you're still very connected to the fact that these horrible, mysterious evils are awakening in the world. And of course, you as a cat have a better connection to those things than humans might. But it felt a lot like, an Edward Gorey style story, or just kind of like mouthfeel to the story. And then also not to bring up the cursed film Cats, but the original T.S. Eliot poems. Like, it felt like that. And it's just like a very cool, can't recommend it more. I think you can buy it online. I think it's for anybody who's enjoying this, you'll probably enjoy something that's toned like that. And we all clearly like animals. So it's been on my brain. It's been on my brain this whole time, but.
All right. Yeah. So let me bring out the questions now. That's super important. Kat, I'm so glad you're enjoying this. Kat says she's never really seen RPGs played before, and she's really enjoying this, and I'm really glad. It's my first time designing an RPG for this one, So this game was so much fun to make, actually. I really enjoyed it. Okay, so the questions. Why does one character hate the weird? What is something about the weird that is different now? How does the weird irreversibly change a character? And what is the worst thing that can happen to some of the characters right now? So,
I mean, there are several good options in there.
Yeah, I'm going to go with how does the weird irreversibly change a character?
Oh, that's probably fine.
So, here's what I was thinking. I'm going to use the no removal rule in a way that I've always wanted to. Because the rules say very specifically that you can kill a character, but you can't kill a character off.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're going to advance time, let's say 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And we're going to say that it's Joseph and it's Wendy at the lake. Alyssa's funeral was last week. She walked into the lake and then she was gone. And police questioned Joseph and Wendy, but she just walked into the lake of her own accord. It was ruled a suicide, and that's it. So they're back at the lake. They say hi to each other.
Did the police ever get her body?
No.
Okay.
No, the police aren't touching that lake. They're terrified of it.
They're like, nah, that's fine. It can have one of us. That's all it'll get. But don't go in the lake.
Yeah. So Wendy is, taking samples as respectfully as she can from the lake. The lake is liquid again. But it's still inky black. So she's still got her vials. And Joseph is there. And before
Joseph always has his laptop on him at this point. He has for the last 2 weeks because he feels entirely guilty.
Yeah.
He was the last one that spoke to her and everything. So for the last 2 weeks, he's actually written 3 different endings to this book, trying to see if he can force her back to life or somehow change what happened. This has been his obsession for the last 2 weeks.
So Joseph is at a picnic bench, I'd imagine, typing, right?
Mm-hmm. He stays close to Wendy. Obviously the two are bonded and both invested in the lake right now, but.
And Wendy says, have you heard anything? Do you know about any sign of Elisa, or do you think she's gone?
I don't know. At this point, he's definitely grown out facial hair. This is a borderline broken man. This is the first time he's ever witnessed himself actually he feels like he's hurt somebody for the first time in his life.
What kind of stuff is he writing, out of curiosity? So actually,
he's been writing that horror
Wendy asks,
story.
So what are you writing?
He's been writing the story of the lake and everything. So he's written alternate endings. He writes one where Alyssa comes out of the water and she's super powerful and changed and smart and everything she ever wanted to be. He's written happy endings. He's written about the lake just disappearing and then Alyssa's there under the water and she's totally fine. But they're always Alyssa comes back stories.
And Wendy's well, what would it look like if Alyssa were to come back? Wendy asks.
It could look like anything. I've written her coming straight out of the water. I've written her just waking up one morning and she's in her bed. I will take anything at this point.
So, can I? And Wendy's can I see one of these? Is it okay if I read one of these? Can I look at them?
Be my guest, and he'll pass his laptop over and have a Google Drive filled up that has ending 01, ending 02, ending 02-A sort of stuff. And there's probably 15 of these. Like, not every single one of them is different from start to finish. Like I said, like 02-A is like maybe just like a small tweak of that previous one. But like he's written a lot of different things in the last 2 weeks.
So just as Wendy's reading this, she's reading about like a section of bubbles form at the surface of the lake. And just as Wendy's reading this, Joseph knows exactly what Wendy's reading because he sees those bubbles on the lake right now as she's reading them. Mm-hmm. And as Wendy keeps reading, the bubbles like get a little more disturb the surface a little more. Mm-hmm. They start approaching the edge of the lake closest to them. Does Joseph point it out to Wendy, or does
he almost starts to and then stops because he is terrified of her not reading anymore, like changing the situation at all. So like behind her, it's like,
this is fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
And sure enough, as the bubbles get closer, a figure starts emerging from the water, and it's covered in like black ink. And it's breathing, like, taking its first breaths in a long, long time. And it starts walking, taking plodding steps towards the picnic bench. It, sort of mops the ink off its face, and it is very clearly Elise.
Yeah.
That's when Joseph will go ahead and just like silently pat Wendy on the back, and his jaws just like hanging a little bit for sure.
So at this point, like obviously, I want Anne to gain control of the character because I didn't want to keep you out of the scene for long.
No, you're totally fine. Also, like sometimes absence is a hole that exists as a character.
Exactly. Yeah.
So not a problem at all. So all you see in this moment is where are they in relationship to this park bench?
I think they're sitting, like Wendy's sitting on the park bench.
So Wendy's at it, and
okay, so
Joseph
I'm just
probably would have been between Wendy and the water, like reading over Wendy's shoulder and then seeing this happen in the water behind him.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it's a picnic table, not a park bench. Sorry.
Gotcha.
That way there's a surface for the laptop.
So you see this figure, as Gil said, plod towards the table. You see not so much, if I can suggest a change, that she doesn't have to wipe her face, because as she sits, it's as if the ink is, God, what's a really good visual for this? It's like when you put down watercolor on paper and then the pigment moves out to the side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's as if the pigment has like a mind of its own, like moving away from the facial features.
That's far better.
Yeah, if you're into that, I mean, kind of thing. And she kind of just looks at you both and then looks back out to the lake and doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wendy's like, she's trying to figure out the first things to say, and she says, she blurts out, "How did it taste?"
She she says, like, her voice is kind of like raspy, from basically from being in the water, the feeling of like, it sounds like air pulling over a bunch of like gravel almost. And she says in response, like the last sip of coffee.
And there's just kind of a silence as Wendy tries to process it.
Yeah.
Joseph is kind of like running through his head what he wrote for the rest of that variation.
She looks at Joseph and kind of like cants her head slowly to the side. She says, "This one is the best one you wrote."
Wendy says, "I think we should get you back home."
She kind of furrows her brow and says, "I am home."
And Joseph is just gonna like kind of tilt his head to the side and go, "Alyssa?" Like like he's testing the name.
Yeah. She responds, she looks out to the water and then back to the cliffs kind of around, like all the mountainous area around them, and then says, "I think they called me that once. But now I am elsewise."
So, just as a player, I want to get the characters out of the area for another twist. But I'm curious how we can make that. I was originally going to have Alyssa come, but if Alyssa needs to stay, I'm happy with Alyssa staying.
I think Alyssa can be convinced to come. Like she just simply objects to being taken home.
Got it. Yeah. So this is her home. But I'm okay with. I'm okay with Alyssa staying though.
Yeah. Either way, I'm happy. I'm happy to stay if you want to advance something else. Like cool. if you think like that these people don't want to take this new swamp creature into the real world, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
I think that's right. So I think Wendy says to Joseph, like, "Joseph, I think we need to have a writing session away from here."
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph
and he's
nods.
Just gonna kind of like nod, like he's wigging out a little bit, like big eyes and everything. So it's just like.
Okay, so I'm gonna write one more thing in after they leave. But what's gonna happen is Wendy says, "Well, Alyssa, I mean elsewise, see you around." Mm-hmm. And they go back to the Range Rover or whatever it is.
Yeah. And what a word to come after all these other words. Range Rover sounds so weird in the mouth.
So, elsewise is just sitting there, just looking at the lake. The car is gone. It's just elsewise staring at the lake.
And she just does not move, but you swear that when you look... Oh no, I'm sorry. Before, if I may, before
absolutely.
You leave, she says, "Joe," and like calls your attention to her, and she says, "Do you ever wonder what came first, your idea or reality?" And then the ink begins to soak back up her face and cover it as this weird automaton creature looks out over the lake.
That's amazing. I love it. That's amazing. Okay.
Like, are you even original?
Right?
Right? God. Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have your own ideas. You have to take them from the cosmic ether. Come on.
Yeah. Who's the vessel here?
Right?
So the Range Rover drives off, and the figure, now covered in ink again, is just staring at the lake. And the lake starts bubbling, and the bubbles start approaching the edge of the lake, and another figure starts stepping out of the lake.
That's probably fine.
Plods over to the bench and sits down, and the ink starts draining away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Wendy. End of scene.
Oh, it's Wendy.
It's Wendy. Yep. Because if it's Joseph, like, Joseph is the writer. Like, Joseph, I was thinking about making it Joseph, but I want Joseph to be in the position of the writer, you know?
For a second there, I thought that you were going to say that, like, all of the different Alyssa versions came out.
Oh, that would be cool, but I kind of wanted to be Wendy because I like the questions.
That's totally okay. That's totally okay.
Okay.
It's just for a second there, I thought that's where you were going with it.
I do like the other Alyssa, but
these concepts.
I mean, So you're both okay with another Wendy?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I think
many as it takes. As many Wendy's as it takes.
Okay, so that is it for that question. I think we answered, Alyssa's now Elsewise, and that's who you're going to be playing.
Yep.
So now it is over to Elle. You're going to choose a question.
Yes, I am. Okie dokie. Let's see here.
It also means we should be including Elsewise in these scenes, because we do need Anne to have a role to play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I have an idea.
Oh, absolutely.
I have an idea for how to make that work in several situations. So just do what you would do unless you have an idea for it. And I will support you through existing.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Excellent.
So the question that we're going to deal with during this one is what's the worst thing that can happen to some of the characters right now?
That's my favorite prompt.
Love it.
It's time for us to all get real bummed out. But first, I'm going to go use the restroom.
Sure.
I hate being hydrated. It's the worst.
I know. It's so off.
I mean, it's amazing that, like, Twitch encourages you to stay hydrated, but they don't because then what's going to happen is going to happen and all that stuff. And what are you've got some channel point stuff on your channel, like you've got the witch hat?
Yeah, I have Get Witchy, which is a witch hat. I have Hail Hydrate because sometimes I forget to drink water, and so chat helps me remember to do that.
Oh, that's good.
Hail Hydrate. What else do I have? I have I have an improvised poem on my channel, and
are you one of those people who can just come up with rhymes like that?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I worked at a Ren Fair for 5 years, and and I'm a bard. So a little bit. But I also like to do it to just kind of keep myself fresh. So usually, what I do is if somebody saves up enough channel points to redeem a poem, I will either ask them for like a word of inspiration or like what they want the subject matter to be about, if I don't have an immediate idea, or I'll just come up with something on the spot if they don't have anything in particular. Usually it's about the game that we're actively playing or some conversation we had, earlier in the stream or something like that. But yeah.
Awesome.
It's fun. It's fun and terrifying, and I like to be scared. As you know, I'm here now. I really enjoy scaring other people, though. It's so fun.
Yeah,
it's so fun.
I enjoy it too. I don't enjoy watching scary movies. I hate scary movies, but I love scary just about anything else, which is weird. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I'm more into. I don't know why it's weird. It's like when I'm watching somebody. Maybe it's because I'm in control of the imagery, right? And it's not that I care. I don't really care about gore. Like, I can watch so much gore, while like grimacing, right?
Mhm.
But it doesn't really actually bother me. Stuff that bothers me is ghost stories. Ghost stories really bother me, which is so silly. But really, a really well told ghost story like Haunting of Hill House, really the Netflix series really got in there. The Sixth Sense when I was a little kid, I think destroyed me for all other ghost stories. And then weirdly, so I went to NYU, and I was there with Haley Joel Osment.
Oh wow!
And so he had the locker next to me when we were at the experimental theater wing together. And I remember kind of looking at him every day, and like he was a really nice dude. And he at the end of the school year, he was like, "You're a senior, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Well, like what's the the biggest thing you learned this year?" And I was like, "That you don't see dead people." And he was like, "Are you effing serious?" And I was like, "Listen, I was terrified of you as a child. I projected a lot of my own fears onto your character in a film that clearly was not real, but it's honestly been really helpful to me in my human psyche to be able to see you every day and be like, there's Haley Joel Osment in African dance class. Like, it's fine." It just takes it down a few pegs.
Cool.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
Exactly.
great. All right, Elle, where are we?
So I would like us to be back near the lake, and I want us to have Alyssa's kids with us this time.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So Joe has been thinking about it for a while now. And like, it's only been like a day. It's only been like a day since he and Wendy took off. But he's been thinking about it for a bit. And like, because of like a sensation of personal responsibility, like, yes, Alyssa had a like 18-year-old as a kid. And like, legally speaking, everything is okay at the household, but like Joe has definitely been swinging by Alyssa's house and interacting with the kids most days. And they've grown on him a little bit over the course of the last 2 weeks, whether it's just like guilt or what. But he's thought about it for the last day, and he probably approached Wendy because like they've been going to the lake all the time, and there's no reason for them not to again today. Approaches Wendy and says like, I want to bring the kids to her. Maybe it'll click something. Like, obviously, like I want to be on the.
Sorry. I'm sorry. That's a great idea. You should absolutely
that is an
do
awesome idea.
Sorry, that just came out of my mouth.
And like, he feels like, again, like he feels so guilty all the time that like everything just sounds like another guilt trigger. So like, hiding this from the kids makes him feel immediately guilty. Taking the kids with him makes him feel a little scared, a lot of scared. But like, at the moment, he does not know how to process guilt and is going to make bad decisions.
Yeah.
So he'll go pick up Wendy before grabbing the kids and taking them all to the lake. So our scene begins with like, he is parked a much more respectable distance from the lake at this point, and has chosen like one of like the more clear spaces that are meant to be recreational. So there are definitely like lots of like benches and everything in this area. It's like very level, no steep hills or anything like that. It's kind of like the clearing where people would probably go to swim and everything. And as he pulls up, he is on the lookout for Elsewise. And they get out of the car, and would Elsewise be there? Or would Elsewise be somewhere else around the lake?
Yes. But here's the thing is, because this is challenging given the rules of the game, because I don't want to say anything about the weird, right? But I am just a creature
like
at this
you are
point.
Also part of the weird.
Yeah.
So like,
you can suggest something, yeah.
Yeah, please tell me how to navigate this space
So, and what you can do is, as long as it affects your character, as long as it affects elsewise, you can say it. But if it involves the weird, it would require the weird,
like the lake itself and everything.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm giving you complete personal autonomy over here. By this time, I really trust your storytelling. And everybody matching mood and everything. Yeah. So don't be shy.
Okay, cool. I was just like, I don't know what to do.
Right, we're in a weird position where one of the characters has partially become the weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she is. What time of day is it? Tell me that. What time of day is it?
Midday, probably around 2:00. Everybody's eaten lunch at this point, and now they're off to afternoon adventures.
Yeah. So you don't see her at first, but with the noonday sun in the sky, all the trees beside the lake are casting these web-like shadows through the branches. And in this shadow, you see at first what you think is a deer. But what turns out to be this, in the time that you've not seen her, her body has strangely lengthened to alien or elfin proportions. And these jet black horns, like antlers, have begun growing out of her forehead, and all of the ink kind of gathers in a tasteful makeup design type way underneath the chin and around the temples of the forehead. And you see as she steps forward on these sort of web-like feet. Just you hear the of the ink kind of mixing with the wet earth where she moves, and every step is like an ink blot as it drops in this viscous fluid down the tips of the antlers and over the rest of her body, which is 100p naked, but not in any kind of male gazy way, just it is what she is.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Naked like an animal.
Yes. And her eyes, the only thing recognizable about her really is you recognize the face shape and the age of this kind of middle-aged woman, which is now made by her changes weirdly ageless.
Yes.
And the sclera of her eyes are jet black, like the glassy top of the lake.
How are the kids reacting?
So
that's probably fine.
I was gonna say at this point, Joe wouldn't have necessarily opened with the fact that your mom's alive and we're gonna go visit her or anything.
Such a bad idea in every way. Okay, yeah.
In every way. But so it's more so I'd imagine in my head, the teenage son has honestly been clamoring to go back to the lake. The teenage son would have been trying to push for search parties and everything. So this almost feels like a reward to him that Joe is letting him actually be near the lake and everything. So the little girl, I'd imagine would be very afraid, but this kid her son is she has his full attention basically. He's looking back and forth between this thing and Joe and trying to put together what's going on. Joe is equally confused / immediately regretful.
Yeah, I feel like if I can offer the edit card, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So my edit card is simply just in the timing of it. That I think your idea of the search party is so strong because Joe doesn't know what to expect when they go back either, right? So at the end of the day, I feel like she discovers Joe and her son at a time when her daughter like is not looking, but then somehow they all end up meeting, and the first thing that she kind of expresses to her son is this must, like, it's the feeling of like, this must be hard, but your mother is dead, right? And that's not like a super easy thing to hear.
Right.
I'm supposing. And to be clear, I think anyone at this table should have control over these kids.
Yeah.
And how they're feeling and reacting to things. So go live your life. Have some NPCs as a treat.
Everyone can have some NPCs as a treat. So like as soon as like they all look at her, like Joe is instantly looking for the daughter.
Yeah.
Getting a little
protected. The daughter is hiding behind Wendy, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And Wendy's like trying to console the daughter. Because I think that the little girl knows that there's a connection between this truly strange and scary figure and her mother. There is a connection there.
Yeah, not as she wouldn't be able to draw as strong of a connection as the son does, whereas the son is going to be able to recognize more so like facial shapes and everything. Like, and he's just gonna ask, "What are you?"
And she says, "I am becoming. You should know better than anyone that ideas are never quite fully formed before they're on the page."
And Wendy asks, "What are you becoming?"
It's a really good question. What question are we trying to answer right here? What's the worst thing that can happen? Yeah, okay, perfect. She says, "Don't you already know?"
Oh, perfect. Kat suggests something cool.
Something real cool. I mean, definitely very cool. I'm into it, but like 10 out of 10 would cosplay, but
yeah, so the I would say that the little girl starts taking up her courage, and she starts walking towards Elsewise before anyone can stop her, you know. And she's saying "Mom" as she's walking towards Elsewise.
Elsewise kind of like blinks, and in the blink of the eye, her eye is like a normal eye and white again. And then when she blinks again, it's not. As if something is trying to make its way out. Something is trying to phase through this new exterior, like an echo of a mother that once was. And she kneels down on kid level and like cants her head to the side as this inky, like goo-like substance just drips down her face, as if that doesn't bother her, even though it's super weird. It's like the kind of not caring that they want you to not care if you're on an episode of America's Next Top Model doing like an underwater photo shoot, where you're like above caring about the goop on your face, and it's a little unsettling when you see it in real life. And she looks down at her daughter, and she smiles and says, "Here, you will also inherit the gifts of this place, as your mother once did, but you are not ripened yet."
And I'd say the little girl just kind of stops in her tracks.
Yeah.
And walks backwards. And it's not entirely clear if she has full control over that, you know?
She like extends her hand forward, and the drips kind of run off of her fingertips and begin to create vines that extend downward and bloom. Like, we'll say the little girl, Helen, she has a name, right? Yep. Why not? They bloom. She's wearing like a dress that has a bunch of like blue flowers on it. And so it blooms with blue flowers.
Wow.
And like she creates like a little flower crown and then like steps away.
And that's a flower crown that Helen can pick up and put on her head?
Mm-hmm.
Which Helen does. And she seems like, she like twists over to the others and she grins awkwardly. Like she doesn't really understand what this is all about.
No one does.
Yeah.
Right. And while this, like, almost kind of wholesome interaction is happening, we hear something going on off in the direction of Joe's truck. And if we all look in that direction, like, Wendy would be able to pick up on it. Joe probably would have been able to pick up on it, but kind of similar to Elsewise, we see something that has a couple of different features shared with Wendy. But it is definitely different than Wendy. Kind of similar to Elsewise, we see these animal and like feral changes have happened, but a little more so. So similarly, we see some form of horns coming from her, and still the humanoid face and the glassy eyes. But some of her changes have made her less humanoid. So this version of Wendy looks very hunched over, like it probably walks on all fours most of the time instead of on two legs.
Like it takes effort to balance on two legs.
Yep, exactly. So it's very hunched over right now, and what it's doing is opening up one of like the back truck doors, because like he's definitely got one with like a back line of bucket seats and everything, and it is like gangly, like definitely has like kind of on the like a satyr's back legs almost that have like the jutting forward ankle instead of the backwards one and everything, and like arms that are far too long, and is, as Gil put it previously, is naked in an animal sense for sure, and it is currently opening the back door to the truck.
Does Joe realize this?
Yeah, like this is a noisy thing. This is happening nearby, and it is not quiet.
And Wendy, Wendy shouts because she realizes, wait, that's me, and she turns to Joe and she's like, did you write this?
No, not at all. And Joe's gonna start booking it over to the car, and the thing is gonna look over.
I'm sorry. As he says, no, not at all. Elsewise also looks, and in the same tone of voice says, no, not at all at the same time. That's all I had to say about that.
That's perfect.
Perfect. And like, the thing looks over its shoulder over at everybody, and it's got the laptop bag in its hands.
Oh, yes.
Joe starts booking it in that direction, and this thing scampers into the woods.
It puts the laptop bag in its mouth, like to carry it, and then runs on all fours.
Yeah. And I'm suggesting close of scene at this point. To me, what just happened was the worst thing that could happen to Joseph, and also kind of to the others. There is a huge lack of control without having access to all of his writing.
Perfect. All right. So, Anne.
Oh, man. Okay, great. What do I need to do here? I need to choose a question.
Yeah, choose one of these questions. Kat says that's why you should save to the cloud.
I mean, totes fair. Totes a fair assessment. All right, let's see here. Something about the weird that is different now. Why does one character hate the weird?
I'm really glad that I'm really liking where the story's going. I'm enjoying the hell out of this.
Mm-hmm. Good. We'll see about that. No,
we'll see how long that lasts.
All right. The question I have chosen is, why does one character hate the weird?
All right. So where are we?
Where are we?
Yeah.
Great question. That is up to me, isn't it? All right. Yes. Let me 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me pull some of these prompts here so I can get a little something for me to peruse. Oh God, stop right clicking, Anne. Stop doing that. All right. Okay and okay. Ooh, yes. Yes.
For some reason it's not going in your hand, but that's okay.
It's not showing in my hand? That's weird. They're both in my hand.
Weird. Anyway, that's fine.
Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Cool. Fine. That's great. That's fine. So where are we? It is, man, I don't see a world in which Joe drives away from that computer.
Yeah.
Like, does everybody, do other people have any thoughts on that before I make some strong choices?
I think you should make some strong choices. I'm fine with Joe trying to pursue the creature.
Yeah, it is the darkest of nights at this point. And we have all been giving chase to this creature, this not Wendy, this Wendwise, for lack of a better term. And it is the kind of running that you are so exhausted by this point, right? Because it is just endless, and it's chaos, because it's like, as the last thing we saw, this thing was scampering away into, the cover of trees and wilderness. And yet it's almost like anything we can remember as like it was like a weird slippery sliding running away, where she became the shadow and became the trees and became then just gone. And so the idea of chasing a shadow at night is not ideal.
Now, wasn't it midday when we met? Like, has the search just run that long?
Yes, we have been out here, and it's to the point where in this almost mocking way, Elsewise is so good at running. In a way, she always has been, but she's even better now. And she has seemed to take delight in watching these foolish mortals attempt to give chase to the uncatchable. But yeah, we've been out here forever, and she at last, in a clearing, as everybody is gasping for breath and trying to figure out like what to do, she says, that's what, I'm sorry, I changed my mind at the last minute.
Good.
Lord, what fools these mortals be. You know, Shakespeare thought he wrote that too.
Joe is just too exhausted at this point to pick fights, but like his heaving breaths seem to have irritation behind them.
I knew I was getting some Puck energy from Elsewise.
Right.
Yeah,
this
sorry.
mathlete.
Wendy's, sucking wind also, and she's had her backpack this whole time also, which is heavy, as we've established, so...
I was going to say, at this point, we probably don't have the kids with us. Joe probably had the son drive the daughter home.
Yeah.
As, I will call somebody or something later on, but, you are not going on this.
Yeah, this is not a time for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I made a bad call. Go home.
It took convincing, and there were raised voices. And Wendy says, what do you need with the laptop? Wendy asks.
And Joe explains, it's not that I am concerned about my files. If I was going to gesture it elsewise.
Yeah.
If sentience is a thing, what happens when the other you starts writing stuff, Wendy? It knew the laptop bag was in the car. It remembers stuff from your life, it remembers things, I don't know what happens when other people write. I don't know what happens next.
When other people write your story.
What if it's not me? What if it's the file? I don't know how this works.
And
she said she begins saying numbers in a long string, and then she says her eyes kind of flicker with a weird digital flare suddenly in this weird analog fae creature's face. They kind of flicker with a bunch of 01001s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she blinks again and she says, "That's how many words are in your Google Drive."
They're connected, Wendy.
Yeah.
They're connected. And this is just going to further how frustrated Joe is right now.
Yeah.
So Wendy asks elsewise, so how does the story end now that you have control?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all she's gonna ask.
She says, how does the story end?
Yeah.
And she blinks for a minute, and you see the white eyes, the eyes of Alyssa again for a second, because that was the exact same question she asked before everything changed.
Yep.
And you hear the crying of a child, but it could be birds, but it could be a wolf. And she says, "Don't you miss her?" Don't you miss knowing everything?
And Wendy says, "Yes, I want to know everything. How can I know everything? How can I know something? That's all I want to know. I just want to know something here. I'm sick of being lost. I'm used to science. I'm used to experimenting. I'm used to getting answers, or at least some kind of progress. Knowing that an experiment fails is progress. I don't know anything here."
She laughs the laugh of someone who is enjoying a good meal. And then beckons her as she almost too quickly zips from one shadow to another in the direction of the lake.
Wendy follows to the lake.
Yeah. She says, she puts, as you look out over this lake, where are you, Joe? Are you a part of this bad idea?
Joe is following and trying to tell Wendy to stop the whole entire time.
I think Wendy is due for a bad idea.
Yeah.
Joe got his in during Act 2. It's Wendy's turn.
Yep.
Yeah. She you guys get to the lake, and you see man, this is super weird. That's very strange. So on the one hand, you have Wendy and what's happening with her, which is that she is now looking at the surface of this lake, reflecting again the stars, just like in the story before, right? And it's just an infinite mirror of nature and the cosmos. And she says, you feel a wet hand on your shoulder, and she asks, can you stop asking questions?
And Wendy says, asking questions is what I do. My life is asking questions.
If you truly want to find the final answer, then you have to give it up.
Oh, Wendy, you cannot be kidding me. You are not about to kill yourself.
And
like, Alyssa is dead.
Wendy stares at the lake, and then stares at Joe, and then stares at the lake, and stares at Joe. And she and then she looks at Elsewise for the first time, looking Elsewise right in the opaque eyes, and is like, "Do you promise that I will know?"
I promise that you will find. She says that she says, what you saw was the answer. The answer is already there. You just have but to ask the final question. And she begins walking on the surface of the water of the lake backwards. Wow. And you see no ripples.
Let me just see something here. So I kind of want to answer the question. Like, one thing I could do is I could have Wendy go into the lake. But that wouldn't be answering the question. Like, I'm thinking Wendy should throw a temper tantrum here and be like, no, I'm not going in the lake. You know, and it's like she almost... So she takes the biggest thing she can find, which is the biggest, heaviest thing she can find, which is her knapsack, and she throws it at Elsewise. And she's like, I am not going in that lake.
Yeah. So she stumbles slightly, and you see the tiniest ripple in the top of the water move outward as the bag sinks down beneath the surface, right? And these eyes glow with a flash that reminds you of the flash of the water in the test tubes. And behind Joe, who was like, are you crazy? What are you doing? Like, this is not a thing. You hear the voice of a creature, and that creature says, Chapter 7. He looked out over the water. It is basically narrating everything that's happening as it's happening. As it's happening with Wendy. Every word she's saying, every slip up that you make in anger vocally, this creature is making the same things, and that creature pushes past you and looks over its shoulder at you, and it is that hunched over form of the creature. And I'm gonna suggest one edit.
Yep.
Which is that you have waited to throw your bag, and it hurls the laptop into the lake at the same moment that you hurl the bag into the lake in this strange symmetry.
Oh, that's great.
That's all I got.
All right, everybody officially hates the weird now.
Yeah, so I feel like that's the end of the. I feel like
that is a good way to
both hate the weird
to end
right
the
now.
scene. Yeah, that is excellent. Okay, so we are steaming into Act 3, but we have the second intermission and questions, and these questions are about like spotting the landing, you know. So these questions are like, we're going to take a look where we are now and where we should be at the end and try to figure out what the path is. So, how can the characters defeat or resolve with the weird? Like, what does resolving with the weird look like in this case? I'm thinking, like, well, Elsewise, at this point, is a bridge now. A humanoid bridge between us and the weird. So, I don't know what Elsewise necessarily wants, other than maybe to help the connection between the characters and the weird.
Yeah, because I could see this going in a few different directions. Like assimilation is obviously one of them that we're actively fighting against, but not every story has a happy ending. And I know that touches on the final question of intermission number 2 as well. So assimilation, draining the swamp, whatever that might result in meaning. Whether that is death to the weird or like literally somehow getting rid of the lake or something. But defeating the weird is another possible route I see this going.
Another possible route is Wendy and Joseph go into the water, go into the lake. That's another possibility. So those are 3 possibilities. But whereas before, the weird wasn't really acting against the characters, now the weird is starting to push against them. But I don't know how the characters can necessarily defeat the weird. What is the character's plan? That brings us the next question.
I think from Elsewise's point of view, it's that she wants them to understand and to want to understand and to stop fighting it.
Stop fighting it, I think, is the definitely what she wants. Cool.
At this point, Joe wants to destroy that lake. Like his mental process is 110%. Like whether it's like part of him is like still like I come from an affluent place, so part of it is like call in the National Guard. Like this is a national issue, and like let's get the authorities and everything. So like that is like in his head, like what are all of the different ways that like we solve this, but defeat is his end goal in his head right now.
And Wendy, I think, wants to understand. Like, she doesn't necessarily want to defeat, she just wants to understand, but she also is tired of being teased, and she feels like Elsewise is teasing her. So she'd like Elsewise to stop teasing her and just tell her what the hell's going on. Which I think she's always going to be frustrated by. I don't think Elsewise is going to give much in that. In general terms, how do the players think the story will end? Like, you touched on this, Elle, a little bit, but I could see, like, different outcomes for different characters. Like, Elsewise is effectively there is a chance that Elsewise... It would be nice if we got one last flash of Elise, like a full flash of Elise, before she reverted right back to Elsewise. I wonder what that would look like.
Yeah, there's still, I think Anne's left a lot of room there.
Yeah,
I don't really have, if you're wondering if I have a specific plan, I don't.
Those are the best plans.
I'm just kind of riding a horse into the sunset. I think the key thing, I don't know if this is a part of this conversation, but like whatever needs to happen in order to find a satisfying conclusion is what we should do. But I think, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, there is no specific ending type to me right now that feels like this is the right one.
Yeah.
Like right now, this could end up very gruesome. I'm cool with that. This could end up very different for different characters. Yeah. I'm cool with that. I don't honestly see it having like a bright and shiny ending here. Yeah. I think we've created too complex of a story with like Alyssa being elsewise now and everything. There's no like white picket fence ending to this story.
I also don't think that, like, if we're thinking about Murakami and kind of like stylistically where we're pulling from for these kinds of stories, I don't think there needs to be a full answer. There just needs to be a satisfying ending. If that ending creates a whole new set of questions, that is also okay.
And that's actually that's the spirit of weird stories, actually, is that we never find the answers. These questions are not meant to be answered. We're just exploring the impacts on the characters.
Mm-hmm. So I think that we just need to keep that in mind and think about what everybody like wanted in the beginning and what they want now and how we can mirror that or not. Yep. In how we wrap it up, and I think that's really what we should focus on. I think we'll find something good there.
All right, cool. I'm on board with all of that. So cool. Now we're gonna bring out the final scene. Just shuffle these cards over here. The final 4 scene cards for Act 3. So the questions we have now are. What are the characters hoping to do after they resolve with the weird? What does the weird want from the characters? How come one character no longer wants what they had previously wanted from another character? And how has one character successfully gotten what they want from another character? And that's the one with the typo that always appears. Alright, so let me see. I just want to look at the characters' wants and needs again. Well, I feel like there's something with there's something with some of these. So I want to leave the 4th one open. I want to go to what does the
4th one is the most interesting out of the questions to me.
Yeah, I want to go.
I'm not surprised that that's the one that pulled at you too.
It's the second one that I'm going to do. What does the weird want from the characters? I feel like the 4th one is not a question that I feel like I should answer as the weird. I feel like that's not my that's not my thing to answer. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to move time forward. I'm going to say that. All right. Okay, I'm going to propose something, and all this stuff is up for discussion. I'm just going to suggest it. We're going to move forward about a week and a half.
Okay.
There is now a headquarters of sorts in Joseph's home. And Wendy and Joseph are kind of plotting. And what's the name of Elisa's oldest son?
Harry.
Harry. I think Harry occasionally drops by to help out also. But what they're doing, Joseph has a new laptop. Of course, he bought a new laptop. He tried downloading all his old files, but they look really... It's almost like they were rewritten into a different language.
This is exactly what I was hoping for.
Barely recognizable. It's a language that Joseph feels like he should know.
I really wanted this last act to end with Joseph in like full-blown conspiracy theory mode. Shit written on the walls, like trying to break this cipher. I'm into it.
Yeah.
Wendy has a webcam set up next to the lake, but none of them want to go back to the lake, like, for now. Like, this is sort of like a regrouping thing. Okay, so So they're typing, like, Joseph is trying to write some more stories, but like every time, like he writes and then he scrolls back up and it's rewritten into that weird language again. The moment he scrolls back, it's almost like the document is being re-edited, but it's not literally being edited. He's the only one logged in. It's just changing on him. You know, and it's.
I want to say there's like a weird like inkiness to the change.
Oh yes, yeah. It's
like
almost
bleeding through paper, but like it's digital.
Yeah. Right? Yep.
Like, this is Drive. What is happening?
Yep. Like, Joseph moves his hands from the keyboards, and his hands have, like, the ink stains on him.
Yes!
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's everything.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
And, like, he and Wendy have grown kind of accustomed to this at this point. Like, life is so weird. It's just, like, he's got, like, a whole entire stack of, like, paper towels next to him that have already been smeared with ink every time he has to wipe his hands because it's too wet.
So, and I want to say, like, every though you guys are separate from the lake, you guys, like, oftentimes will think you see Elsewise, like, standing in the corner just dripping with ink.
Oh yes, yeah.
Just waiting. And there are times where you both have had, like, you've fallen asleep or taken naps or tried to sleep, and you see just, like, breaking the surface of the pool, like the antlers extending up out of the perfectly glassy water, and this ink and this face just coming up out of the water. And every time it begins to speak or to say something, you just wake up. Yep.
So today, Wendy has a different plan. And she says, "Okay, I've changed some things in your." It's like she sent Joseph on a run somewhere to pick stuff up, not from the Walmart because that's still closed, but from some other place. And when he comes back, Wendy has unscrewed all of the lights, unplugged all of the electronics, and moved anything electronic out. On the desk, there is paper and like, not even a pen, but a quill and ink. And and Wendy says, "Have you ever written with one of these before?"
I took a calligraphy class during high school.
And Wendy says, "That's perfect. I think this is the only way that they're not going to mess with us." And she indicates, like, the spiral-bound notebooks that they tried writing in that are now just full pages of ink. But maybe this is something. Maybe this is a way that they can do it. Quill to parchment. Maybe they can't go back this far. So, now, Anne, if Elsewise wants to make an appearance in this scene somehow, I'm going to leave that in your department. Like, you are welcome to crash the scene.
I would much rather right now just let you guys start determining things, because I feel like I've shaped a lot of questions.
Yep.
And so I would like to let that rest as it is for now.
But in the meantime, we could say that Henry is here, and you could play Henry, just to make sure that you've got something in the scene.
Yeah. I don't feel left out at all. I'm riveted. I'm riveted by your ideas.
Just making sure. So Wendy says, "Okay, well, let's start. I can help you, but we have to start writing."
I mean, all right. And Joseph is going to start writing about what he's been seeing sometimes when he drifts off to sleep, of the figure coming out of the water. So that story will probably immediately feel very familiar to his two companions. But, like, instead of stopping where the dream ends, he's going to write about Elsewise, like, stepping on top of the water and walking towards the shore, and as with each step that she takes, like, more of the ink and the lake water drips off of her until by the time she steps onto the shore, she is fully and entirely inkless and Alyssa.
As you're writing this, and it's taking some time, obviously, because you're writing it by hand, but there's a... Oh my gosh, have you folks ever seen Bill Viola? He's a video artist. He sometimes works in extreme slow-mo, and that's what I'm thinking, with like incredibly vivid colors. So I'm thinking of like almost like a Renaissance painting colors, but moving in a super slow-mo kind of way. Like the webcam suddenly has this of elsewise.
So Wendy did leave that electronic left in the household?
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that's the one piece of electronics she left, but she left it in another room. Like, she didn't leave it in that room. And she put, she wasn't sure why she did this, but she put a circle of candles around it in case that will help. She doesn't know why she
like, I'd imagine they've gotten into the occult and stuff, too. Like, they've checked books out. They've read stuff online. Circle of Salt, warding candles, all of it. Yeah.
We'll say that Alyssa's counterculture son is actually like a dabbler in paranormal investigations and all that shit. So he knows the things to do. And it's almost as if, how Wendy feels about it, but I imagine it's like, you know what, if I'm gonna have to research this, I'm gonna be a student because I'm good at answering questions, and even if these questions have to do with magic, we live in Crazy Town now, so why not? So I think they've probably become quite close during this experience of trying to, answer these questions. And for once, someone is taking Harry seriously.
Yeah. So Harry, calls Wendy over to the monitor, and Wendy looks at it, and as Joe, and she just shouts, "Keep writing, Joseph. Keep writing, Joe. Keep writing, Joe." As they see the figure walk towards the picnic bench and turn slowly more and more into Alyssa. And I think it's at that time that there's not so much a knock on the door as much as a ram. Like, as if a large four-legged creature is ramming its head against the front door.
That's probably fine.
Wham! Wham! And everybody just sort of looks at each other. Joe looks up from the paper, and Wendy can see Alyssa's figure start, and the ink start to kind of reverse back up. And she shouts, "Keep writing, Joe! Keep writing!" And
he's gonna write furiously.
So I'd imagine Joe's wrist is starting to throb at this point.
Yeah, the hand cramps are kicking in, like he's doing the right thing. Yeah.
Harry in the corner has taken the last bit of salt and made a singular circle around himself.
And Wendy's like, "Come on, what can we? How can we take the fight to him? How can we take the fight to her?" She asks Harry. She says,
"Oh, I'm Harry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't tell you." He says, I don't know. Like, it's like clearly no one has needed him to do these things, and then he like crouches down in his little circle, and then he says, fuck, God, come on. And he says, okay, what if it's a portal? What if throwing the laptop in the water unlocked something? Now it's getting out. We need to close that door.
Okay, Wendy says, okay, but the more immediate problem of wham, the front door, wham, about to get knocked down, wham, by this character. What can we do, Henry?
he says, oh man, he looks at that door, and then he looks over his shoulder and sees like a back window slightly open, and he says, I don't know, man, Saruman was like strongest when he thought he had already won.
And
like
yeah, Wendy's like, thanks, JRR. And
Yeah.
she takes some of the salt and like puts it
Yeah.
into her hand, and she doesn't really care that she's breaking the circle. And she
Yeah.
stands like near the door with her handful of salt, ready to throw it in the creature's eyes when the door
Yeah.
gets breached.
And he was like, I mostly meant like we go out the back and you let this thing come in here and do whatever it wants to do. But sure, throw salt in its face. I'm sure that'll work great.
And she's like, we can't let Joseph stop writing. Joseph, when are you going to end the chapter?
Literally, no.
I don't know. Like, he hasn't been able to see the camera or anything.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, obviously, like, Wendy was letting him know it's working. It's not working. Keep writing. And he's like, give me like 2 more minutes.
So,
So what are you Can we ask, like, what are you writing towards? Like, what's your
So
end
like
goal?
the end goal is probably like for Alyssa to, in full consciousness, like separated from the lake, begin walking home.
Okay,
cool.
But like
That's
that
good to
cannot
know.
happen until like
yeah,
the lake is fully left behind.
Yeah.
He's trying to
Yeah.
sever that tie entirely and then move
Yeah.
real Alyssa towards them.
yeah. So he looks at Wendy and he says, I don't mean to offend you, but like, doesn't this thing just want to, isn't it a part of you? I don't get it.
It was a part of your mother, but we're trying to get rid of that now. We're trying to exercise it now, in a way, I guess. That's not a good way to put it.
Right, but at the lake, you were there too. You were that other thing.
Oh, that thing! Maybe it wants something from me. I don't know. But I'm most worried about... And then she realizes that thing is not coming for Joseph. It's coming for her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She's like, it's coming for me. Okay, well, if it's coming for me, wham, then I guess it's coming for me. So she said the back door, right? And yeah. So she goes out the back door, and you can see, like, through the window, her circling around to the front, and then you can hear a shout from the front, you know, hey, ugly, catch! And the sound of, like, a creature shouting in pain.
Yeah.
And then, like, a really loud tussle and a lot of shouting.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be a good point to close the scene.
Okay. Sure, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what does the weird want from the character? Specifically, that, I'm going to say that the Wendy monster wanted some sort of... wanted to take Wendy back.
Yep.
You know...
Finish the process.
Yeah, finish the process
Like,
with Wendy.
she is not married to the lake yet, honestly.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
So that's what they wanted. I don't know if the Wendy monster won, or if the human Wendy won. We might have a trade situation where we lost Wendy, but we got Elise back.
But
I'm
might.
I'm gonna leave that for you to decide, Elle.
Okay.
So which question do you want to
Let's see
answer?
here. Okay, I want to tackle the one that Gil intentionally left behind for us. Yeah.
I figured that would be useful.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to go with, for this little chunk of scene,
I have to fix that typo.
we are going with, how has one character successfully gotten what they want from another character. So we can't really jump ahead here. We have to resolve what happened. Or actually, we could jump ahead.
I mean, you can just resolve it. It's in your power.
Yep, it is indeed. It is indeed. That thing is going like the salt did some damage. We've made allusions to watercolor and everything a lot here.
Yeah.
And like if you've ever used salt and watercolor before, you know that it totally like you use it for like null color. Like where you put the salt leaves a blank space. Like
I didn't know that.
It will avoid it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
You can get some really interesting, cool textures with watercolor with salt. So like it is going to hurt that creature, but like it was just a little bit of salt, man. All that was left for was one little circle, and Wendy grabbed a tiny little bit of it. She's gonna hurt that thing, but that's not a fair fight. As so it is going to grab Wendy and it is going to drag her off to the lake.
Great.
Yeah.
And throughout all of these noises, Joe has continued to write. And as like the noises fade and like there's like some dragging noises and stuff, and he can't really tell because it's outside, he can't really tell what's being dragged or where it's being dragged, he finishes writing.
Yeah.
And things are quiet now. And Joe is going to head to the front door while Harry heads to the webcam. And he's going to get to see that Alyssa is standing there naked, but normal, next to the water. And as Joe opens the door, there's going to be clear, like fistfuls of dirt missing from like a legitimate fight, and Wendy and the creature are gone.
And I'm going to say the door is a little bowed inside from the creature, like trying to bash the door in. Time
and time again. So Joe's going to tell Harry to grab some clothes. Joe is going to go grab a handful more of the parchment paper and the ink and the pen, and he's actually going to dig through some of Wendy's stuff because like obviously HQ is made here, and he's gonna find any things of water, like any of her test tubes that still contain lake water. He's gonna pocket a few of those, and he and the older kiddo are gonna drive off to the lake. So scene begins with like Joe like slamming on the brakes outside of the lake where they last saw Alyssa on the webcam.
And Harry has been on his cell phone with the feed of like the Wise Cam or whatever they've hooked up, right? Hashtag sponsored, not sponsored. Sorry. No, so he keeps looking at the Wise Cam and he goes, "You said you were writing so that she'd leave. We would have seen her by now," as they've like twisted down the roads, and he thought from what you stated the goal was that
Joe's saying like I had
to
stop, like I got her out of it. I I don't know what you want. He's just like I just don't see her out. They're about stressed to the max. So they get to the lake, right? I guess what do we see as far as like any signs of Wendy being dragged this way? At this point, we have most likely beaten the creature here.
Right, because we're driving.
Yep, exactly. So like I think in Joe's head, like that's part of the plan is like there's only one place for this creature to take Wendy, and it's where we need to be anyways.
So you hear racked sobs down by the side of the lake, and if you follow them, like you see Harry, and you see this instant recognition of like that is what my mom sounds like in deep morning. And you come upon, we'll say, you come upon Elise or Alyssa. What's my name? Who cares? Who cares? You come upon my character. You come upon Alyssa sitting there, just looking at this puddle of ink that has been pulled off of her, and just shivering there with her head like bent low over her legs. And yeah, that's what you find.
All right. And Harry and Joe run up to her, and they've got like an old like hoodie of Joe's and like pants and everything. And like he's immediately like on his knees next to her, like wrapping the hoodie around her, going, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay."
She said, "For once in my life, I didn't want anything else. But then you had to write me out." And she like pushes you hard off of her. Like at first it's almost like she's accepting the comfort, but then she just turns so quickly into being upset. And she said, "All my life, have you ever imagined what it's like to be really good at something, and then that chapter is over? There's just nothing, just endless days, and everyone tells you, oh, you'll be so happy when you're married. Well, I've been married twice." You know, she's just like really letting you have all of these feels. And she says, "And for a fucking week, I got to feel like I knew everything, like I was powerful, like I was like I mattered, and you with your words and your ideas, thinking you know better. I can't even remember what the meaning of life was, and that felt like a breath before."
Well, that's a plot twist. I love it. I love it. Oh my god, I love it.
I wanted this. This is exactly what I did want. And Joe's just like gonna like sit back and like he's like on the ground, like basically with her tearing into him. And this is probably the first time anybody's like really yelled at Joe. Like legitimately really yelled at Joe. Not like stop doing that, but like somebody's torn into
Are you okay, by the way? I'm sorry.
Oh,
that I yelled at you.
I'm okay. No, thank you very much for yelling at me.
I know we agreed to go somewhere between a 3 and a 4, but I just wanted to be okay. Or sure, it was okay. Okay.
No, we're good. Okay. And like after like there's kind of like finally like what feels like not just a pause to catch her breath before she goes into more, but like the first time it feels like an actual pause. Like he's just gonna very weakly say, "You were dead." You said you were dead. That thing said that you were dead.
And she says, "We all die, Joe. At least I got to enjoy it." Jesus, that's dark. Sorry.
That is.
I zoomed out of my head.
I'm not afraid of like dark, heavy storytelling.
Yeah.
I'm never afraid of this.
Yeah.
Also, Toad is cheering us on a lot.
Yeah, I didn't want to break. I didn't want to break the moment. You know.
Thanks for all those cheers.
Thank you, Joe. This is awesome.
And I feel like at this point is probably where that creature
from
is going to interrupt this emotionally volatile scene for everyone.
Yeah.
As we, I would imagine, hear Wendy continuing her struggle. I doubt that Wendy is the type to have ever stopped. But we finally hear something break through some of the woods along with the noises of dragging and struggling. And not like off of like the actual beaten path or the roads, but more so like kind of like on the horizon, on the far edge of the lake. We can hear these noises faintly. We can hear Wendy screeching louder, and we can see it dragging her through the forest.
Right.
Yeah, shouting, "Get the hell away from me! I'm not going in the lake!" You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, all right, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that then you see the Wendy monster like almost headbutts Wendy in the chest, and Wendy goes like hard against a tree with a crack and then slumps down. And the monster picks Wendy up by the back of her clothes, almost as if it was picking her up by the scruff, and just starts dragging her not dead but limp body that's maybe twitching a little bit, but now is not putting up a fight towards the lake.
And Joe is Joe's gonna look at Alyssa for a second because like he understands that this is not resolved. But there are more immediate issues, and he's gonna rush off to the car. Like he's not even saying a word, but he's gonna rush off to the car, and what he's doing is throwing the door open and like scrambling, grabbing like the parchment paper and the quill and everything, and like he's pressing the paper down onto his seats, like trying not to poke holes as he like tries to write the creature, like tries to write about the creature just walking away.
Yeah, absolutely. And so she sees him and kind of starts to like put together what's happening, and she goes launching herself, tearing forward, and Harry goes, "Mom, stop!" and just tackles her down to the ground. And it's just Mom,
who is she
Mom?
Running towards?
She's
Joe?
running towards Joe to try and stop him from stopping the creature. Right? And then her son is like, "You crazy?" And you know, and she like struggles till she can't, because he is very strong and she is very tired. And she is no longer a fey wild creature, for lack of a better term. And so she, in her mortal strength, is just not enough, and she just ends up staring at him, and he's just like, "Mom, like, is this even you? Like this weird, awful excuse for a person?"
Now I'm gonna propose an option.
Yeah, please do.
Because like we are very close to the resolution.
We're
clearly,
so close.
Whichever way it's going to work. So I understand we're still like very much in the middle of the scene. But my Act 3 question was technically answered.
Yep.
So I have things that I want Joe to try, but I don't want to monopolize the weird in the moment of climax. Do we want to do our closed scene?
Yeah, I think passing it to Anne, I think is the right thing to do here.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, Anne.
No.
Oh no. No.
I don't like this. Okay. I feel scared.
I just found another typo on this card. Woohoo.
All right. Let's see. Let's look at these cards. We have, what are the characters hoping to do after they resolve, or how come one character no longer wants what they had from a previous character? These are the options. Do either of you feel either of these particularly? Because
the first one, because
the first ones,
especially in terms of Alyssa's relationship with the weird, I think there's some interesting stuff to explore there.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay, so cool. So I've chosen this. I'm going to choose some prompts just for like
Yep.
good times.
I see what happened. Your hand's maxed out, I think.
That's probably why. How do I
just discard some of the old prompt cards that you still have in your hand, and then the new prompt cards should pop right in.
So how do I discard them?
Just pull them out of your hand and drop them onto the table. Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
And I'll just take this and move it over there. Perfect.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
All right. Great. Ooh. Okay. That's interesting. We have some interesting options here.
That's the idea.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the last thing that was happening was this writing. Man, I'm so tempted to just like fast forward it to like a year later.
We're gonna have a chance to do that with the denouement.
With the denouement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep it here. This is really hard because I feel like Wendy hasn't had a lot of chance to act, so I want to set you up for what you want to do, Gil.
Okay.
Is there anything in particular you're hoping to start the scene with? Because I'm happy to use that as a point of inspiration.
I feel like Wendy's stakes are to not go in the lake. Like
okay, Wendy's okay. So you're going in the lake. No. yeah. So yes. Okay. So here's how we begin the next thing. So you have the writer. You have Joe furiously writing on the. Are you just like perched? Like, tell me where you are when you're doing this. Are you like in your truck?
No, he is like ass out of the truck, and he is like using the driver's like seat, like the butt seat, as like a table. So like he's like punching through paper as he tries to like write too hard with this like actual like quill and everything. Yeah.
And I'm gonna say every time I'm gonna propose, and this is up to you, that every time he punches through paper, there's like a little ripple near the Wendy creature.
Mm-hmm. There are ripples. This thing is dragging Wendy towards. We keep hearing like, do you know how hard it is to drag a body? It's incredibly hard.
Yeah. And
even this thing, even though this thing has extra human strength, right? Yep. It just seems this inevitable road through the down the bank of this lake is just, it goes on forever, and the ripples begin kind of echoing across the water, and as Wendy, your eyes begin to flutter open as you feel as your body is like being dragged along the ground, and this creature is seems to be slowing down, because it's as if its steps are faltering as these written words are telling it to leave the scene, right? Yeah. But from out of the water extend first one set of antlers.
Oh, yes.
And then another set of antlers. And then another set of antlers. And then the head of a bear. And just like a million different like spirit creatures. And from the ink that was on the ground beside where Alyssa was in mourning, antlers rise up out of the grass as if it too is the surface of the pool. But this one begins to form sort of a it's the same form that she took as Elsewise, but there's no expression. There's no inspiration. There's no joining of the human spirit with it. It's more animal, the same way that Wendy's is animal because she is not married to it or merged with it in the proper dark ritual.
Yeah. And Wendy, like, says with, like, Wendy's, like, hollow eyes, and she looks at it and she says, I don't want to go in the lake.
And it looks down at you, and it sort of jerks sideways as if written to do so, right? Because Joe is like, he's doing God's work up there.
He's trying.
Right.
And the thing is, like,
Yeah,
as Wendy screams, like, he is going to look over his shoulder because, like, last he had looked, Wendy was knocked out. So he goes and does, like, a quick status check and sees everything else.
And it looks at you, and it looks at Wendy, to be specific, and it looks so hurt when she says that she doesn't want to go in the lake, right? And it sort of stumbles and like leans itself against the tree. He's let you go, or she's let other Wendy, else Wendy, has let Wendy go.
Yep.
And is standing there looking bereft and sad, but the same way a dog can look sad. We will never really know what goes on inside their head.
Yeah.
And she says, I do want you to go into the lake. Like, as if it is so simple. Like, but lake though? Well,
we swim.
No clothes, only lake.
Yeah. At which point these things begin sloppily thudding and dripping ink as they step onto the banks.
And seeing that, like, Wendy is at least, like, safe for a split second, Joseph is gonna put that piece of paper aside and start working on a new one, and he's going to start trying to write about basically, like, all of the water evaporating, including these creatures. He's going to try and control all of it on a larger scale. And whether or not you want that to work, that is all on the weird.
So, absolutely. So you begin writing about, the water steaming up in these beautiful gray wisps that become clouds and kind of merge with this beautiful clear night sky with the Milky Way, as if it's being sucked. All the reflection of all the stars is being sucked up back into the sky. And as you do, it's like you're so thirsty. You're so very thirsty. Your hands, they feel dry and brittle. And as you look down, it's like any of us that were to look at you, Harry, leaving his mother, who's just a mess on the ground now and not fighting anymore, comes over to, like, kind of defend you from these creatures. And he goes, Joe, what's happening? Because unless you don't want this to happen, which you can totally push it back, but I want to say that, like, bleeding this thing is also bleeding you of the, like, the blush of life, kind of. That
I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah, so if you're down with that, as you dry up this well, this font of knowledge and creativity and endless becoming, you as the writer, as the almost like arcane focus for the existence of this thing, begin to also fade.
And he's gonna pause and, like, look at his hand and, like, see how decrepit he's becoming. And, like, there's gonna be a second where he pauses.
Yeah.
And he'll keep writing, but, like, he has that lake water on him, and for a split second, the temptation is there to drink. Because he grabbed all of those vials.
Yeah.
So, like, the temptation is there, and Harry can definitely see it for a second, but he keeps writing.
Do you think that the lake water should start heating up right about now?
Yeah, I have zero problem with that. It's already steaming
I mean,
Yep.
yeah, it's evaporating and everything.
And a nice side effect of that is it's providing some nice light to write with.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
It is also getting very hot in the car, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like Joe might like go ahead and pull back a little bit and pull out of the car and like resume writing on the car itself, but like after that moment of hesitation, he doesn't give up.
So Wendy sees the lake starting to change, and she says, "If the lake were to go away, where would you go?" She asks the figure.
Mm-hmm. And he just says, or she says, where would I go? She says, back. And you would never know.
Mm-hmm. And she says, "Be gone then." Wendy says.
Mm-hmm. And he or she, God, I can do this. I can gender this character correctly.
I can gender this monstrous wraith from beyond the stars.
Yeah. She looks at you and looks up at the sky and is just a pillar of salt and mist. And is unwanted, is gone.
Wendy looks around, and I imagine the spirits are all starting to fade and fly, like turn into pillars of salt themselves as the lake dries up.
So the spirits are trying to make their way forward, and you swear as they do so, and some of them are kind of evaporating and trying to reconstitute themselves and keep this drive that lives and connects them all intact. And they're just reaching out, and what was once terrifying is now pitiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of like really sad otherworldly screeches as these monsters get pulled back to where they came from.
Yeah. And they the one keeps, reaching down towards Alyssa, and she keeps reaching back, but they embrace each other, but there's no way for them, like once this is undone, there's just no way for it to go back.
If you don't mind me saying, I feel like she's reaching out her hand and it's reaching out its hand, and they just can't reach. It's just like a hand's length too far away, and before the other creature turns to salt.
Yeah, absolutely. And she just keeps repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry." They just don't understand.
And Wendy looks at the lake and the vanishing in front of her, and she's like, "Well, I guess I'll never know." And I wonder if at some point she sees her backpack down there.
Like as the only thing left behind.
You see the backpack and a very formerly waterlogged laptop.
Yeah.
And this beautiful landscape is just completely marred by human hubris forever.
This pit of salt.
Yep.
Yeah.
This pit of salt.
And I'm dropping a close card in here because I think that's a good place to close the scene. Okay, we're going to do the denouement next, but first I need to hit the men's room. So I will be right back. Entertain everybody, please.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like we need the tension breaker right now.
Honestly, yeah. We definitely went to 3 to 4.
Yeah, we took it from a light picnic all the way to a 4, which is I managed not to actually cry on stream, which is great. Because normally I'm all about it. But, sometimes in this, it's weird in this strange COVID-19 world. He's like, be entertaining. And I'm like, let's talk about the coronavirus.
Right. By the way, the world.
BT dubs. No, but I find, and I wonder how you feel about this, Elle, but sometimes I'm like, well, every day I'm like 5 minutes away from having a breakdown.
110%.
At the same time, I feel so emotionally locked up by having to push myself forward at every step that like sometimes it just feels really good in an RPG to get myself to an emotional climax.
Absolutely.
Sounds a little sexual, and I don't mean it that way at all. But it just feels like okay, I'm allowed to open this door right now and let myself feel something.
We have not been allowed to process, like we have not been given the space or opportunity to process trauma.
Yeah.
In half a year now. It's been half a year. It's been 6 months now. So yeah, role playing has absolutely been an escape for me in that regard, like an ability, like the opportunity, pardon me, to go ahead and let myself feel the things that currently I have to not let myself feel if I want to keep going.
Totally.
Yeah, okay. I'm back. Sorry about
Welcome
that.
back.
Do you
We
know
got
how
into a small, heavy discussion while you were gone.
But it was perfectly
It was a
sized
good
for the
one.
amount of time that we had.
Do you know how hard it is to do a scene that involves a lake when you have to pee for the whole scene?
Yeah, I hear that. I'm with you.
Like the lake just dissolved and evaporated into my bladder. I gotta go.
All right.
You're like, you want to know what's not dry? My bladder. Bye. No.
All
What
right,
a thing to say.
So we were now up to the denouement. So actually,
Yeah.
Anne can pronounce it better than I can because I can't do a French
The
accent.
denouement.
Denouement. So we're going to go through and say what each character's future and or legacy is. And then we're gonna mention if there is a legacy for the weird. Elle, why did you start? Because I'm really curious what Joseph's legacy or Joseph's future is or legacy.
I was gonna say legacy because, like, I don't think that Joseph survives that. Regardless of like Joe's origin, whether Joe did exist as like a sentient construct for this concept to channel through, or what. I like questions unanswered sometimes, and like the reason why I don't think anyone would ever get an answer for, but by the time everything had evaporated and all that was left was a monument of salt and like the laptop and the bag. If anyone glanced back to the truck where Joe had been writing, it's just a small dusting of salt and a quill and pieces of paper lying on the ground and starting to shift around in the wind. So at this point, whatever hint of a legacy Joe might have left would most likely be, if told by anyone, it would probably be Wendy. Like, Wendy would have had access to all of his files at this point and everything. So that kind of falls onto how Wendy would want to immortalize Joe. I do not think that Alyssa would want to immortalize Joe, or if she did, it would be in a very, very negative fashion.
Yeah. And do you want to do Alyssa next, or should I do Wendy next?
Do Wendy next, because
Okay.
I got something cooking that you're gonna
All right.
that you're gonna hate.
Love it. Okay. That I'm gonna love to hate. Okay. So Wendy, I feel like Wendy is she moves out of town soon after that because she has no thesis project anymore. The lake is gone. A lot of her research is gone, and a lot of what she believed in is gone. She takes Joseph's laptop, and every once in a while she runs her hand along it and looks at her hand afterwards and is a little disappointed to not find any ink on it. There's a little touch of disappointment. And that's all I've got for Wendy.
Alyssa and the kids move away because it's very hard to come back from the dead in a town where you're already famous.
Yeah.
They grow up to an extent. Alyssa struggles with dementia, and all the things that she says that sound crazy to most people only sound like illness. As she eventually fades, and Harry is left to care for Helen. And eventually, years and years and years later, they return to the side of the lake, or what was once a lake and now looks sort of like a quarry or something, a fissure. Who knows what it once was? But we'll say 18 or 19-year-old Helen, who is just about to go off to art school, is inspired by the landscape and begins to paint in watercolor and inks. And a small burbling fountain of black ink begins to seep through as the camera zooms in from the faraway shot. Instead of going the opposite way and getting farther away, it goes down and down towards the white salt at the center of this former lake, and sees just the tiniest dot of burbling black ink coming up from inside the lake. And that's it.
And that is it. That is.
I would argue that answered our final question too. What is
exactly
the future / legacy? And I love it. I love it.
Nailed it.
Exactly what it did.
Like, as soon as you were like, goes on to become an artist, I'm like,
Tell me more.
Well, that game could not have gone any better. That was phenomenal.
I think it's pretty good.
Thank you so much, both of you. This was. I'm so glad when I play one of these games. Like, so many times it's ephemeral, these games, and to capture this on a stream is just incredible. So I hope everybody watching at home had as much fun as we did putting the story together. And thank you both again, and I hope you both enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you so much.
Now, but I'm afraid.
I know. I know. I'm afraid to be creative in any way ever again.
Well, I mean, this was a story. This was a story about writing in a lot of ways.
I have so many my entire living room is just watercolor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My work and role playing desk is also my watercolor desk and everything. So the whole entire time we're ruining / making watercolors substantially better for me.
I'm trying to. I don't know if I can get it to show up because of the green screen, but I have a watercolor dice tattoo.
Ooh, I can see a little bit of it sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to. You can imagine it. It's there. But yeah, I really think this one of the things I like most about this style of story is that this was not really a science fiction story. This is why I like Annihilation, # sponsored by the movie Annihilation. No, it's not. It's just I love Annihilation, so go watch it. But that, yes, comes across as a weird science fiction-y, maybe fantasy story, but ultimately this is, I think, we told a story that's about the endless cycle of creativity that begets suffering, that begets creativity, that begets suffering, that begets creativity. That cycle of storytelling is very, very real. And not to pat ourselves on the back, but we're pretty good at it. So
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I wanted both of you on, because I knew that it would just be like strapping myself to a rocket. It would be amazing.
There's something to be said about group chemistry
Yes.
in any role-playing setting, but especially with something like this where it's collaborative, like take-turn storytelling. It's not just a classic like D&D session or anything like that, where you do overall have your DM with an intended overarching story and everything, and your players exist within this sandbox that you've made. I love collaborative storytelling. I love it. It gets me in a different way, because like you're always planning ahead, but at the same time it's constantly changing, and it just keeps you on your toes, and it feels so good, and like we made a baby together. The only kind of baby I want, a collaborative storytelling baby.
It's so true. And I just like the idea of the fact that, like you said, it's not like in D&D that there's an inherently antagonist. Like the DM doesn't need to be the antagonist, like even though they're playing the antagonists, but it can sometimes feel like one side wins and one side loses, in a game like that, which is great, right? Like that's one way to tell a story.
Different experiences.
But if you have a bunch of people who are looking for a storytelling experience and they don't really care about who wins or who loses, then something like this can be really, really fun for a group of friends to do, for sure. So hashtag recommended.
Thank you.
This was delightful. I can't wait to play this with my friends someday.
I'm working on the art with a few artists right now, so the art's going to be really, really cool.
Awesome.
And it was interesting working on the design, because originally when I first started making this game, I was like, oh, well, I'll put all of these things that are going to make the story weird. And then I realized during testing, no, I got to put all these things that make the story grounded, because the players will have no problem making the story weird.
It weird,
But so many of those questions are like force us to pull the game back to like, well, why are we doing this? How do the characters feel? How does it relate back to the story? There's so much that pushes the car back to the ground.
Well, and not to like insult Alice in Wonderland as a classic piece of literature, but like that to me always feels just like aberrant nonsense. And that even though I enjoy the idea of like the concept of going to another world that's confusing and you're solving some kind of mystery and there are always more questions, I feel like, the questions that we were prompted with in this game always pulled us back towards like, okay, but how can we find a satisfying end? And again, a satisfying end didn't have to answer all the questions, but it's also can't be complete freaking chaos.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Like, which, because I can't stand that. There's so many people who are like, I love that. And I'm like, I hate it. I don't want all of my questions answered, but if I'm left with a question, it better be a specific question.
That's what this game is made to do, so I really did that. Okay, so one last thing, starting with Anne, where can we find you?
Sure, I am over at twitch.tv/ Hearthsinger Games. You can find me on Twitter with my insane thoughts at twitter.com/Ann with an E, Ann Richmond. And you can also, I guess, find me on YouTube with weekly videos every single Wednesday with more chaotic ramblings about D&D and other RPGs at youtube.com/Ann Richmond.
And Elle, where can we find you?
So if you want personal hijinks, that would be on Twitter, and that's at Terribly Bland, as you can see on display down below. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I am the community director for Oxeye Media, which includes Deepwater Games, and we do a lot of interactive streaming. Our company is pretty largely known for roll and writes, including Welcome to New Las Vegas, and Floor Plan. And those are games that people can play at home for free anytime I'm hosting the sessions. So we're at twitch.tv/Oxeye Media. If you want to learn a new game and play it all the time with some really cool people. I love my community. They're super sweet. They're so awesome. Sweet. Also, we have a husky dog that shows up every once in a while.
Yay! Hooray, husky dogs. Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, having both of you was an absolute privilege, and I really appreciate it. And for everybody else
Thank
watching...
you for arranging it.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah. My pleasure. For everybody else watching, I hope you had as much fun as we did. We're going to be back next Wednesday. It's going to be Wednesday again next week. So until next Wednesday, and I got to figure out what we're going to play. Bye, everyone.
Bye.